dressed up than you and me. Y'all got like suits on. Look at that.
Like you killed something there. Hey.
Oh, it's on. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City Council Work Session agenda on Monday, April 17th. It's 5:02. Just to remind you, this is a special meeting tonight following the work session. So I'm going to call this to order, and we're all present this evening, and I hope you all had a very blessed Easter time and got your Easter candy in your Easter basket, so it's nice to see you. We have two items on the agenda tonight. I'd like to remind council to refrain from asking questions until staff presentations are completed, or if we find a moment in there that we feel I can call it to a halt. We are going to take a break, a snack break, and they will cue me on that in the middle of it. So let's start out with the recommendations for the implementation of the Artist Embellishment Traffic Cabinet Beautification Program. Arts and Culture Coordinator Guyleen Ozolinsky will present. Ozolin? Guyleen?
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. With me this evening, I have our chairman of our Goodyear Arts and Culture Commission, Laura Cano, with me, and also the city traffic engineer, Luke Albert, to help in this evening's presentation. During tonight's presentation, we are going to review the city of Avondale Traffic Cabinet Project. We'll explore multiple approaches to cabinet beautification. We'll discuss the Goodyear traffic cabinets, the specific cabinets. And we're also going to share the Goodyear Arts and Culture Commission recommendations. So first on February 13th at Council, there was a Council inquiry about traffic cabinets, and painted cabinets, artist embellished cabinets, seen in City of Avondale. And so staff went ahead and researched the project and really explored different ways that artists embellish traffic cabinets as a beautification project for cities. The City of Avondale, when they began their project and they were beginning to explore how they could add artwork in their city, they looked at utility boxes and traffic cabinets. Right off, they found out that their partners such as APS and SRP, they weren't as supportive of having art designs placed on their cabinets due to maintenance issues and also identification of their equipment. And so the city decided to go to the city-owned cabinets, which are the traffic cabinets that you see at your intersections. The City of Avondale really found, since this was a functional item in their city, they really began to see this as a functional public artwork. And they approached this in two phases. In phase one, they did 6 cabinets that they had wrapped. They did these cabinets when they did their rollout of their new logo. As you can see the example on the left-hand side there, the wrapped cabinet, Avondale and McDowell. There's a lot of photographic images in their wrapped cabinets and kind of graphic design approach. Those 6 cabinets cost them about $7,500 to do. That included the graphic designer and to have the cabinets actually wrapped. The second phase was to have an artist. They hired one artist to come in and paint 6 cabinets. And the artist went in and actually painted them just like you would a mural. And those 6 cabinets cost the city about $10,000 to complete. And so they did a total of 12 embellished cabinets. They began this project in 2011, and they completed it in 2015. So as we were going through and researching these cabinets, we started looking at what other municipalities do and how they beautify their cabinets and what approaches can be taken. So there's 2 methods of artwork that can be placed in front of a cabinet or on a cabinet. First, we have the applied method. And when we say the artwork is applied, this is similar to what Avondale did. They painted the cabinets or they wrapped the cabinets. And so that's where you actually physically put the artwork on the cabinet itself. The other method that you can explore is screening the cabinet. When we talk about screening, we're talking about actually building a feature that would be in front of the cabinet that would block the view of the cabinet from the viewer's eye. Materials that could be used to screen a cabinet are things such as metalwork, masonry, or parasol panels, which there's a sample of on this slide, and we're going to talk a little bit about each of these methods in the following slides. So the first one is the applied artwork. As I said, we see these in Avondale. The example on your left-hand side is a wrapped cabinet. And a wrapped cabinet means it's like a vinyl material that artwork is printed on, and then that vinyl is wrapped right around the cabinet. This example shows an artist came in, they photographed the landscaping that was behind it, they wrapped the cabinet with that photograph to really make that kind of blend into the environment so it wasn't as obtrusive. It's good to note that we see in Avondale that they did more of a graphic kind of approach and kind of a city branding, and this is where it's a photograph. But really, any artwork could be actually applied through this method because an artist could paint, they could do a drawing similar to our Goodyear banners that just were installed last week, where the artist created their artwork. Those were photographed and then printed on the banner. Same thing could happen with a wrapped cabinet. That artwork could be printed on there and then wrapped. The example on the right is a hand-painted cabinet. It has kind of a different feel and look to it. It's more like a mural, so you can see some of the textural lines of an artist when they come in and paint, and each one is unique. The other method is screening. On these slides, these two examples would be your examples of metal work. The one on the left, an artist has gone in and created some sculptural gates that were installed to block those utility boxes. The one on the right is a steel frame. The artist has created the steel design, and that framework just slides right on the cabinet to kind of mask just the plain stainless steel of it. The next methods in screening would be a masonry wall. You can see on the example on the left here, this is actually here in the valley, Lake Pleasant and Deer Valley, and that masonry wall was built to kind of blend in with the wall that's behind it with that complex to, again, just kind of block that cabinet out of the viewer's eye and just try to make it become part of the environment. It is good to note on this, that cabinet is a lot shorter than our Goodyear cabinets, and as we're looking at this and talking, Luke's going to talk more about our Goodyear cabinets, but I did want to point out that this is a shorter cabinet. And then the third method for screening is parasol, and parasol is a metal material, a thin metal material. It can be aluminum or steel, and the metal is perforated, so holes are punched into it to create designs. And the more holes you have punched in it, the more light in the environment behind it, the less holes, the more you block. But it does create a beautiful pattern when you use parasol. At this time, I'm going to turn this over to Luke, and Luke's going to share more about our Goodyear traffic cabinets.
So in Goodyear, we currently have 89 traffic signals that have these cabinets that Galene has been discussing. There's at each intersection, there's two cabinets. There's a 6-foot stainless steel cabinet that contains all the traffic signal equipment, and there's a 4.5-foot white cabinet that contains the electrical power meter. It's the power feed from APS, and then it provides power to the intersection from that cabinet. The cabinets, these two cabinets are typically on the same corner of the intersection, and they're located at least 15 feet apart, so that if a vehicle were to strike one cabinet, they most likely would not strike both the cabinets. The cabinets are designed to reflect heat due to the electrical equipment inside the cabinets. So any treatment applied to the cabinets would need to also reflect heat. In addition, from the traffic signal cabinet, which is the stainless steel cabinet, you need good visibility of the entire intersection for both police officers and for maintenance staff, so they can see the traffic from each direction as they perform their duties to monitor or manage traffic. And in addition, there's also doors to these cabinets that need access, so any treatment applied would have to make sure that the doors to the cabinets are able to fully open and close. Both cabinets are on a 10-year replacement plan as part of the city's asset management program, and every year approximately 2 cabinets have to be replaced unexpectedly due to like lightning strikes or a vehicle strike or like electronic failure.
Can you repeat that time frame once more, a little bit louder?
So the cabinets, as part of the city's asset management program, are on a 10-year replacement plan. But then approximately 2 cabinets per year have to be replaced unexpectedly due to the unexpected lightning strikes, the vehicle strikes, the electronic failures, those types of events.
Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Looking at the cost for these different methods. So looking at applied artwork first, and that's what we saw in Avondale, the wrapped cabinets or the painted cabinets. Wrapped cabinets are looking at $1,200 to $1,500 per unit, so that's per cabinet, with a 3 to 5 year life expectancy. It's, I think, important to note that the wrapped piece, the material and actually applying it is $700. The other cost is for the artist fee. So if we did have a vehicle strike or something happens, that wrap could be reprinted and rewrapped on there. It's, once you have that, you just have to do the wrap over. You don't have to do the artist fee again. The painted cabinet would be approximately $2,000 to $3,000 with a 5 to 10 year life expectancy. When we get down into cabinet screening, we see our costs go up some. This is due to the installation of this external feature. You have metal walls or gates. It's from $4,000 to $12,000. That is because of the different methods. If you go with a metal gate, it's going to be much higher than it's just a metal wall. But you have a 20-plus year life expectancy on that. A masonry wall. The one we saw was a very simple wall with block construction. Those could be done with brick, with stone, with different materials. So you're looking at anywhere to $1,500 to $5,000 depending on the materials, with a 20-year life expectancy. And then the Parasole screening is a $2,000 to $4,000 estimated cost with a 10 to 20-year life expectancy. And now I'm going to turn it over to Laura, and she's going to share some information from the Arts and Culture Commission.
Hi, it's my pleasure and honor to share with you tonight about the Arts and Culture Commission's feelings about this. And it was a topic at our recent retreat, and we are all in consensus that we do support this beautification project. We liked both the wrapped and the painted, but to be honest, the other commissioners have not yet seen those other options. So, but I think that would definitely be worthy of consideration. If we move forward, our approach would be very similar to how we've done the banners that are on the street. We would request that the artists would engage the community. That was part of the call to art, that they had to explain to the panel, the selection panel, how they would engage the community in developing their project. And then we'd be interested in site-specific themes with really targeting certain neighborhoods and area that would use these like pop of art really to reinforce a branding or an identification of a neighborhood or intersections. Initially, when we talked about it, we were very, very focused on building our capacity for the Public Art Fund for the upcoming recreation campus. I mean, that's really an opportunity for us as a commission to make a mark that will last generations. And so we've really been trying to be very prudent in setting aside funds. But if there was additional funding available for the project, that would certainly be something that we would be interested in. Initially, we'd like to start out with about 15 cabinets in fiscal year 18 and another 15 in fiscal year 19, and then certainly would work with council to identify the locations and themes for the areas.
Thank you, Laura. What we've looked at this evening is multiple methods that we can beautify traffic intersections with, whether it's through applied artwork or screening the cabinets. The cost is really dependent on the method. We can have it down as low as $1,200. It can go up to $12,000, and that is per cabinet. And in our research, we did work with staff to identify a potential funding source. And one possible source would be to do this program through the traffic signal asset management. What the thought is since the cabinets are on a 10-year replacement plan anyways, with just a slight adjustment to the asset management plan, we could actually include the aesthetic enhancement in that replacement. So when the new box comes in, you have the artwork that would be applied to it then. Looking in fiscal year 18, there's 22 cabinets that are going to be up for replacement. And those cabinets are in some of our main corridors. They're on Litchfield Road, they're McDowell Road, Estrella Parkway, some of those places that as we worked with council on that we could see that would probably be areas that you would be interested in putting cabinets. And so, council, with that, we'd like to open this up for you for discussion and for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to start? Councilman Bazzillo?
Listen, I appreciate the support. I was kind of the one that I kind of brought it up to Guy Lane and got support, I hope, with the rest of the council, because to me, I see it as a beautification program. So the last three that put things in front of it or screen mesh or whatever, in my own personal opinion, I don't think it accomplishes what we want to do from the beautification, getting the artist involved, getting the drawings, trying to tie it into the community. From my perspective, the first two would probably be the one to go. I don't have a preference, drawing or the wraps. Maybe you try a little of both to see which one works the best. I don't know, but I like the fact that you're on board and getting the actual community involved, getting a theme, maybe different themes in each of the areas to kind of beautify those particular corners. Question I have for Luke is, how many of these actually get hit by cars? Do you have any idea over a year's period of time?
I'd say in a year period of time, probably one, maybe
Okay.
two. It's a low percentage for sure.
Okay. Listen, I appreciate you looking outside the box as far as the funding. I was actually looking at some of our city council funds to get it jump started. It would be up to the city council. So we wouldn't add to the Arts Commission's ability to do the continuing work they're doing. But, I didn't even think about the replacement fund under engineering. And I guess that's the manager's call on that. I was looking at our funding as a source because we've got $250,000 in there, and this is not going to draw it down that much. So, but I appreciate you looking outside and coming up with that because, to be honest with you, that never even crossed my mind on the replacement piece. So, again, thank you. I appreciate the presentation and the support of the Arts Commission.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, Joe brought that to everyone's attention. Am I on or off? And I have to say, it's an excellent idea. I love all the options, except for the block wall. I'm not too into that one. But there is a place where I've seen something very similar. I didn't think I would like it either, but there's actually a bus stop with that iron at 75th and McDowell. It's actually really cool looking with that iron. They've changed the bus stop. Mm-hmm. And also on Grand Avenue, at their arts district, they've used those big round planters and they've decorated them in different ways. And there are some. So I'd be okay throwing a couple of those in maybe certain areas because they actually do, when you see them real life, they actually do look kind of, maybe show some more pictures to make sure that we're all on the same page. But some of those actually look kind of cool with the cutouts. But I really do like the painting. I think those are absolutely beautiful. I agree. I think we should use have the commission come up with ideas like for our ballpark district, historic Goodyear with our historic past. I mean, some areas could be wrapping of old photos. I mean, there's so much we could do that you guys can have a lot of fun with that. I'm excited to see the banners. I didn't know they went up because I was gone this weekend. So I've got to go down Estrella now.
Good.
And see those. So I am very excited to get our local artists and our citizens involved in this. And I agree. We've got money just sitting there. We don't want to draw down your budget at all because we're going to need that public art for the main campus. We have to make a statement with that for our citizens. That's really important. That's quality of life. So I'm all for, using the money we've got at council contingency fund. This is a project. I think it beautifies the whole city. So I would say let's get a plan in place, how we're going to do it, and move forward.
Councilman Osborne?
Thank you. Well, first of all, I've seen the flags. Outstanding. Those really, I think, set us apart. They're really unique and different. But that's what I view this as. It sets us apart in what's unique and different. And when we look at competing for jobs to come here, competing for corporations to look at us, having our citizens think this is a really cool place to live, it's those kinds of little things that add to who's Goodyear. And I have to tell you, not that I deal with metals or different textures or anything like that in my life, but that's what I believe we should be having is a mixture of metals and textures and of art. And I think that also it ties in with our median little metal art and also just the uniqueness of our monument signs. It kind of brings it all together. My first thought when I was looking through all this was I was thinking, 10 metal placements and 10 colorful art placements mixed out throughout. And I do believe it should, there are key areas that are community friendly for these kinds of things, but there's also, let's not leave out our corporate areas, because that is going to highlight, that makes a corporation go, ooh, this is kind of, brings it all together. And I just really think you should look at that. I think that, I think I hit it all. That was kind of, my visible appeal to all this. I do think you have to look at it as also an economic driver besides beautification. It cracks me up that Joe and I were on the same wavelength, and it kills me. I know. And the funny thing is I never brought it up, but I had given our city manager a flyer on it months ago. It's like, oh, look. I think those are the little unique things we look for. And I agree. If it's a funding source that we're looking for, we've had it and we've been holding it, and this could be something that we own together. So thanks for the great.
Councilman Holman?
No rotten tomatoes, please. My thoughts on this are just a little bit different. I drove around most of Avondale trying to capture the different things they had done in the different corners. And I've kind of always, some of the corners are fine because they don't have the big boxes right beside them. So because when you look at the pretty one, the ugly one really stands out. I mean, that's just the fact of calling attention to the corner and the boxes. I mean, it's a fact.
Good observation, though. That's good.
And that's kind of why I remember a council member years ago, we had this block wall at the chamber. And he wanted to put, well, I kind of told you, all the 4 police chiefs, one on each side of that wall. Nobody ever saw that wall. If I asked people about it, we had planted shrubbery around it so that it wouldn't stand out quite so, just as a icky wall. And people didn't see it. And I just envisioned all of a sudden they would be seeing it. And so I'm kind of sensitive to that issue. I discouraged it, and it never did happen because I said, people aren't seeing it now, so let's not draw attention to it. And eventually it was taken down. So that's my thought now. But not every corner with our boxes have the big boxes right beside them. Some they're set maybe 10 or 12 feet back from them. For whatever reasons. I don't know what the difference is. And so I guess what I would say is I'm not against it because I agree. I think they're pretty by themselves and unique. I like that. That we might look for those corners that are appropriate with maybe not a cluster of boxes on the same corner that would draw attention to perhaps some of the boxes that can't be painted and are not particularly attractive.
Councilman?
Well, this is a real toughie because I'm really not in favor of it, but I'll go with it. I just don't want a bunch of. I have a real idea in my mind what I like in art and what I do not like in art, and I'm having a difficult time accepting some of the art on some of these boxes in some of the other towns. Because it doesn't, to me, reflect that neighborhood, but maybe it does because I don't live there. And we have boxes that are white, we have boxes that are stainless steel, and we have boxes that are dirt color or a salmon color. And they belong to Cox and Southwest Gas and everybody and their brother, and they're all on a row. So if we paint one box real pretty, we're going to look at all the other ones, just like Sherilyn said. And they're very predominant in some of the neighborhoods. And they do detract, but there's not much you can do about them because they're there. I know the banners are up and they're pretty. I don't know what any of them are, though, other than I think I've picked out a cotton ball, but I'm not sure. they're up and hanging, but they don't tell us what it is, or it doesn't. They're all not the same theme, but they're colorful, and they are nice. And I've seen them on all the roads because I drove them all yesterday and today, and I watched the guys putting them up. So I was very interested. I followed him the whole mile while he put them up to see if he was putting up a different one every time. And if he didn't, I was going to remind him that the one behind him was the same one. But I just, the boxes would be nice. I don't know. I'd like to just do maybe a couple to see how they're accepted from the neighborhoods. I don't know that every neighborhood is going to be thrilled with these boxes, depending on what you put on them. I don't know. And I don't want to speak for all the people because we've not asked our residents, what do you think? What do you want? When they're telling us they want parks and they want this and they want that, and we're going to spend money on painting boxes or covering boxes. So I just don't know. I'll go with what the group wants, however. Where'd you say we're going to pay for it from?
Well, it was
Out
only
of your
90.
money.
I don't have any money.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
Well, I have very little. I have $700.
No.
The whole council money for a big
The
project.
200.
Oh,
You know.
oh! Instead of doing a speed bump, we can. That's where that would come from. Well, whatever they want to do is fine. I just, I don't know. Just some of the boxes I've seen. Some of them are lovely, and some of them are right on, but others are just so far out that they don't fit in with the neighborhood. And as long as we're trying to make them pretty and not outlandish, so it detracts from the neighborhoods. And I'm just thinking of some of the neighborhoods that have the boxes right outside. I don't know what they would want on their box, if anything. You know, frankly, the boxes don't bother me because they're not painted. I mean, I don't pay any attention to them. But thanks to Joe, I'm looking at them.
You haven't spoken yet. All right. I'll let you speak before me. I'm here going like this. Go ahead, Bill. Councilman Stiff.
Yeah, I'm not on the phone this week, so I'm actually here. You know, I hear, I can appreciate Wally's comments because there's a couple of the boxes that, and I'm 100% support of, you know, doing the RAP project. There's a couple of them that you look at and you think they've been artfully tagged. Mm-hmm. That's how they look. They look like somebody got really creative with 20 or 25 minutes of spray can action. And that's kind of how they look. So I get I'm not really sure. I'm very cautious about about it's not art for me because my art, palette is way down low. But there are a couple of them that you go, no, that looks really nice. So, I mean, there's that 50-50 mix as it goes through. So, and I didn't really think about I know we own the silver and the white boxes. And then if you've got that intersection that's got multiple others, we may want to rethink doing any. And that, if we're not doing them all, so I think we need to that needs to fall into our little mix of thought process, because it does us no good to paint one and we don't own the other two. What have we really solved? Mm-hmm. So I really appreciate that thought as well. Looking at the lifespan, the wrap versus the paint seems, and it costs more, seems to have obviously a longer lifespan. And probably longer than the box itself. If I heard Luke's comments earlier, they're replaced every 3 years or so, 5 years.
They're on a 10-year replacement cycle.
Oh, they're 10-year replacement cycle. Okay, so I missed that. So I was thinking that the paint was going to exceed how quickly we were going to replace it. And I've been looking at the scroll as this has been going on, and I think it's really important that we get this right in the right neighborhood. I think about the one at Pebble Creek Parkway and Clubhouse.
That's
There's
right.
a traffic control box there. There's a beautiful entrance to the golf course. So whatever's there should probably be a golf-related something, as opposed to the bicycle picture that was here, because that's art. But we should probably keep it themed to the neighborhood. And then in other places, it truly becomes a public art. This one that's up right now is the one that says Avondale on it, and it's got a family. That's a great photo. And there's a couple of them like that. We happened to drive McDowell down to Costco today, and I saw a number of those boxes. So as far as the funding is concerned, initially we didn't have any idea where it was going to come from, but it is coming from the asset management. That's been the budget. So it's not council money. It's not the Art and Culture Commission fund. It's asset management. So this is managing our assets. I think that part is appropriate. And we're not really taking away necessarily. And I'm going to point out now that is going to be a contradiction of comments I'm going to make later tonight.
I'm going to hold you to it, though. So just
well, I'm identifying it right now. I'm going to be quite contradictory. But I think in the long run, for me personally, I'd like to see this done. But I really think it's got to be. It just can't be like, and you can't talk about the banners without either celebrating it or throwing tomatoes at it. Mm-hmm. But whatever that seems to be more random. I think if we go after this, it's got to be very specific, and it's got to be with purpose for each one of the intersections that we're looking at. That would, I think, solve a lot of the problem.
Shows thought and planning to it. I'm sorry, Georgia. Sorry.
When I heard the idea, Joe's idea, I did get in the car and drive around, and I didn't have a real positive attitude by many of them. I felt, I looked at them and said, does that look like Goodyear? And I said, no, that doesn't look like Goodyear. I saw some of the ones in here that are the flower one, or of course the butterfly does something for me. But that, and I'm artistic, so I believe in bright colors. But now we're talking about going in a neighborhood area and telling those people what art is. So any of the communities, I think, should have a buy-in. And to me, what you should start out with is city-owned property, or some of the corners that we have things here at the City Hall. You show an example, and we can use those examples for people to drive by and look at. For Veneta area, and I'd feel more secure about that. There were some of them I just loved. But you got to remember, this is going to be all over our city. And when I drove around, now you love the little boy and the family, and I thought, well, that's good, but it was near a shopping center, I think that one was. But some of them really didn't match. And really, if we have 3 big units in a row, you're better off with doing the metal and the wood or the screening or something, and very much like that. There's no reason you can't do 2 types, but I think you're going to have to, in my view, I would want to adapt it to the neighborhoods. I would want it to be a sign of people would know. I don't need to know the street name. I know where I'm going now, so we could use it in that advantage, but you definitely, I feel, I would not want to do one without us experimenting on our land, on our property, and then allow the buy-in and the people to come together. It's a great venue for the art group to throw and have the people come. You know how they love giving their opinion. And then you can publish that opinion on our website, and then go from there. And then to me, that's a safe way, because you will see people that have been demanding certain things from us. They're going to look at this amount of money and they're going to say, they're going to use that. Oh, is that, how come they're just doing that to do that? Why aren't they doing this for me? So I think we got to get a buy-in outside of the ring here. And I feel like I can support some things about it. I just can't support the host city yet until I'm convinced of how I feel. But I might be in the minority, so you won't have to worry about that. So I do have a couple things. So I was graffiti. Okay, tell me on all of these different screenings and then wraps and how we remove graffiti from them, because they may not wear out for a long time, but the paint and can they be scratched with knives? Can they put their initials in them? Those are the things that I'm looking for. to see the longevity of them.
That's a very good question, Mayor Lord. Thank you. So on the wrapped cabinet approach, because each one of these will have different ways that you approach this, all of them you have to be thinking ahead that there is a possibility that graffiti will get on that. On the wrapped cabinet, there are materials that you can place on that as an anti-graffiti guard. Now, speaking with one of the companies that does this, they were kind of, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. The plus is if it was graffitied and it was really in a bad way and we couldn't clean it, we would just have to rewrap it. We would print the artwork and put it back on there. The painted cabinet, we would put a graffiti guard on there, and the graffiti guard is like a material you paint over it, so you're able to actually remove the graffiti from the artwork. On the metal wall and gate, like you said, if they scratch into it, a lot of times if it's an unfinished metal, they can come back in. They sand that goes down. Masonry wall, if it's that type, if it's a painted wall, you'd have to repaint. And then the Parasoleil screening, again, that's more of a raw material, and we can go in and you can sand and remove some of those things.
So different people, utilities, different people come in. I was just driving by one of our sidewalks recently when I said the entire corner was all red squares. I mean, they'd sprayed the paint. It looked terrible. I think it's on Bullard, maybe over on Bullard by the school or something. I thought they must have done a half a block of it. Just disgusting. And of course, everything's done and they're gone. So I worry about that. And I worry also about opening and closing them, because some of them they have to get to. So are we thinking about that and the wear of that? Or if it's encased, does the casing move, or is it on the door? So those are some of the finite concerns that I have about it. I don't want to put a damper on what your suggestion is, okay? But I just don't want us to dive into the pool without testing the temperature. And I think we could do that quite easily by doing a few of these areas. So any other comments? Yeah, Sherry?
This just happened to show up in my email like yesterday or over the weekend. NLC has a $40,000 grant available. It says it's about a 20-minute application. I'm going to
I gave it to him.
$40,000. It's for increased economic attractiveness, which this fits into. Attract investors that if we use it as branding, it can fit into. So I'm going to pass that down to Brian. It says
That's
20 minutes to
same one?
fill it out.
It's the same one. I even wanted to fill it out today for him, but I was afraid I'd get in trouble.
See?
I said 20 minutes to fill it out.
It says it's 20 minutes. I mean, there's possible for up to $40,000 there. For small cities.
Thank you for this. And this did start with Councilmember Campbell. And we looked at it from a couple of the departments, but we didn't think about it from perhaps wrapping boxes. But we did look at it for water, wastewater, some of the other transportation that are mentioned in here. It's a brand new program, so it's not as specific. But does that stop us from applying if that is council's interest? We were trying to find more about it, and there's not as much information available at this point. Enough to get us started, though.
Does this council feel like combination of things that, as you talk at times, are you looking for all one look, or are you looking to adapt it to industry, where an industry is and so forth? So, yeah, Sherry?
I don't have a problem starting small on our own property because it's going to take a while to do all those. But how I kind of see it, I think I agree with like Joanna and stuff. We brand it. Our entertainment area, we put like fun, like things that would have to do with entertainment on McDowell. Our ballpark corridor on our property there. This is our ballpark, you could really brand areas, the open space with nature up to Estrella. And some of the ones that are in areas that are maybe closer to neighborhoods, not in the retail areas and something, maybe use more of the screening, those are areas, so maybe it's not so loud and vibrant. Maybe if it's close to homes, use some of that screening or some of those panels. Like I said, I've seen some of that metal work and it really looks nice. Mm-hmm. It does match our good. Yeah, Scottsdale has some too, that we could mix it up. Start in our areas and move out. But a lot of the main areas that I think would look great on are really either city or shopping areas. And we could really kind of work there and kind of as we work out,
Well, we could definitely adapt it to our parks without anything. But the shopping center again and like the regional, to put something out there before anything goes, I think that's taking a chance. Joe?
I think it's a great opportunity, though, for the Arts Commission to get involved and come back and give us some ideas, because you can have 10 art pieces and have 9 people have different views of that single art piece. So everybody sees art as a little bit different. So the biggest challenge is going to be come back with recommendations from the Art Commission for what the theme of a particular area is, and try to get buy-in from that area of what it is. Now, are you going to 100 people? The 100 people agree on that particular one? No. But I think to get the Art Commission come up with some ideas and get some buy-in from the neighborhoods or the areas and even the city land to try to get some consensus on it is important. The whole thought I had on this idea was try to take something that's not necessarily the greatest looking thing in the world and try to add our own little stamp on it. I don't want us to be Avondale. I don't want us to be Buckeye. I don't want us to be Peoria. I want us to be Goodyear. And I think there's a way that we can brand ourselves in a way that will draw attention to that area in a tactfully artful manner. That was
Eileen,
kind of the overall approach.
Could we have them focus on a sample of an actual area in our city? So take like Veneta, or take the City Hall out here, or the Justice, something that we could identify with, or maybe one of our parks, or a combination of that. And you could even maybe do 2 forms. You could do the more industrial one, and you could do the other.
Yeah.
Yes. Molly?
I'd like to see the the commission get together with the neighborhood and come up with a suggestion of what they might like, and just pick one of the smaller neighborhoods. And we all have HOAs and we all have HOA meetings, and it might be a fun thing to present some ideas to them and then get their ideas. Because what you do in a neighborhood is going to be entirely different than what you do on a city property and on Veneta. But I just think you might be able to come up with some really clever ideas. And if you're going to do a call for artists, the artists that you're going to call to aren't necessarily going to be from that area either. And I just think if you have a conversation with the neighborhoods, you might be able to come up with something. And the neighborhood may tell you, we don't want it.
There is a list just put out of all the HOAs and that are getting to, all the lists. And I'm looking at it to just try to make some of those meetings this year.
Yeah.
And there's a whole long list. That would be a perfect opportunity in a short period of time. So this wouldn't draw out. That if you got the list and made a small presentation, you would get, I think, some good feedback from those neighborhoods. And that's a way to cover a number of neighborhoods in a very short period of time.
Most of them are meeting monthly.
Get all the people to come with an attraction like that. They send the notice out they're having an HO meeting or neighborhood meeting. People will come because they're going to see something different. So
and I'm thinking of the wildflower area out in front when you go into their area, and the wildflower walls are there. Something really pretty in the front would look nice there if it's reflective of the neighborhood, I think. And then when we do our shopping centers, we have to be mindful of the theme that the shopping centers have done in the front of theirs. I don't know if we want to tackle those exactly first or what,
I would hold off on that.
I would hold off, because you need to ask them too. So
I think that the idea of starting with our properties is good. I think that going to the neighborhoods, I see it in many things. I agree with you, Sherilyn, on what you're saying of look at the intersection. What makes sense first? Look at our properties. What makes sense? How do we brand it? How do we theme it? I myself think you need to use both types of art, the metal and the paint. And because I think it just draws it all together. And I remember the day that we had as some people would say, the shards of metal within the medians. Some people hated them, some people loved them. Everybody's going to be different.
Could wrap them now.
Everybody is different. But I think, you could use the Tom.
I was actually thinking, or artists could paint them. The company is closed.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, they're no longer a viable company. So, you might want to start with looking at those. Those would
You could use the Tom van, though, at some of our some of our venues, any large, especially if it's for like the community parks or I mean, you could use that van out there of saying, what would you like? Show them samples of stuff, you know. You can, I think this is a great way for the Arts Commission to get out to the HOAs, but also partnering with Neighborhood Services, Christina, and, you know, going with that, I think you'll get a lot of answers. It's exciting.
Well, I think we had a good discussion on it. Everybody is sort of, I think it's all nodding heads, but with some hesitation and more planning or more examples. I would say examples, and to pursue I agree, start with the city area. Does everybody kind of agree with that? And then I think we've got the program. We'll start rolling. Okay?
Thank you, Mayor Lord. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very, very much for all your work. Okay, so it's now 5:47, so we're going to keep going, and we'll be interrupted in this presentation to take a small treat for you, a little bit of food. So some of you I know haven't eaten since lunch, and it's kind of difficult. So 3.2, the staff will provide information on the general fund draft FY18 budget and the general government non-utility 10-year capital improvement program, which is the CIP projects, ballpark highway user revenue, which is HERF, and other miscellaneous funds will also be addressed. Requests for the FY17 to FY18 carryovers will also be provided. In addition, an overview of the citywide budget process will be included in the presentation. Council's discussion and feedback on the FY18 draft budget, CIB projects, and proposed carryovers will be requested and used to guide finalizing the tentative F18 budget and 18-27 10-year capital improvement program. So here she is again, Lori Wingenroth, Budget and Research Manager, and she'll be presenting. Lori?
Thank you. And I will try not to cough too much. I have a little bit of an allergy going.
And when we see a point in time, you're going to notify us about taking a break, okay?
So what we're going to start with is with an overview of the budget process, just to give kind of background on what the staff process is that goes on behind the scenes. That doesn't happen here in this room. And so what I'll review is essentially kind of how we monitor and report on the budget throughout the year, some discussion about the actual base budget process and examples of some of the results that we have through that process. The supplemental process and the CIP process, which have kind of been the focus, as well as the carryover process here in the council sessions. And just reminding you that the budget process is a year-round activity. It doesn't just happen when we're here in this room. There's lots of activity going on behind the scenes, and the departments are very involved in various elements of the budget process. So to start with, in terms of monitoring the Budget and Research Division is within the Finance Department, and we are responsible for kind of an oversight in terms of administering the budget. We do high-level reviews of department expenditures every month.
Can I stop you right here? Because
yes, you may.
Some of us got the computer, our little iPads on. We got so on these attachments. Which one are you working on
This
now?
is presentation number 1.
Presentation number 1. Thank you. Go ahead.
Everybody ready? Okay. So we do those reviews of expenditures on a monthly basis and of revenues as we prepare the monthly financial report that is shared with the City Council. In addition, at year-end, we participate in the year-end process and monitor budgets at year-end. And one of the great values of doing that year-end analysis of comparing what we estimated or what we budgeted to year-end results is it gives us an idea of where there are major or material under or over expenditures, so that if we go into the next base budget conversation, we have some ideas already of where we might want to have some conversations with the departments about what's going on within their base budget. And then the budget department also reviews all procurement requests of $2,500 or more to ensure that the items are within the department's budget. And we do that at a category level, category being something like contractual services or commodities. And we ensure the department's process budget transfers if there are cases where something is crossing a category to avoid over expenditures. So the first major step in developing the new year budget is what we call the base budget development process, or base budget. And what the base budget is it's the ongoing city budget. It doesn't include one-time items. And so that's the day-to-day cost of salaries and utilities, rentals, those types of things. In terms of how that process works, the Budget and Research Department prepares targets. So in other words, we take this year's budget and we make sure we remove any one-time items and provide the department the target that they cannot exceed in preparing their base budget. We prepare instructions and a series of spreadsheets that are used throughout the year to prepare the budget. Departments then take that information and they develop an estimate for the current year to kind of tell us how the current year is going, if there's areas where they're having problems or savings. And then they prepare their base budget requests for next year. And those base budgets are prepared at the lowest organizational unit by line item by fund. Once those are submitted, the Budget and Research Division performs what I call a technical review of that. We look at the budget, we look at year-to-date actuals, we look at last year's actuals and where the department was last year, year-to-date on that particular line item. And then we also know that perhaps changes have already happened during the year. An item has come forward for a budget transfer, or we've heard about some other challenges that are going forward. And we prepare a series of questions for the department and provide those in advance of the meetings to have that discussion about what we've observed in their estimate and their base budget. And then we hold a meeting with the department, Budget and Research, and the city manager's office representatives for that particular department. The department responds to the questions that were raised. If we feel changes are appropriate, we agree to what those changes will be and make those changes. And one of the big goals of this process is to also identify early in the process if there are areas where there may be a need for base budget supplementals in the coming year. But the major emphasis is let's absorb whatever we can in those discussions. Oops. Wanted to give you some examples of some of the things that we've identified through this technical base budget process and also through the year-end process. I have a couple of examples that are material findings in the last 2 years. There were situations where the city budgeted one way and conducted the actual transactions in another way, and those items created capacity or potential problems for errors. In one case, the way that budgeting for a transfer to a capital fund or a capital reserve, it was budgeted in a department budget, but then it was actually handled as what's called an interfund transfer. And that meant it left the budget capacity in that department's budget where it had the potential that there could be an overspending because of that approach. And so that was $250,000 that was corrected in the fiscal year 16 budget. The next example from this process is because government properties are exempt from property tax, our utilities, which operate as businesses, aren't assessed property tax through the routine system. And so there's a concept that's called in lieu property tax, where the enterprise funds pay the equivalent of what their property taxes would be. And again, this is another case where the budget was done in one way and the actual transaction was done in another. And when the FY15 budget was prepared, half of the transaction didn't make it into the budget. And as a result, when that year end came, we could not make the transaction because it hadn't been budgeted appropriately in the enterprise funds. And so in the draft FY18 budget, there is a proposal to restore that in lieu property tax transfers from the two enterprise funds to the general fund. Another item that was identified was that there was a one-time expense. There was a rather complex transaction a few years ago related to the right-of-way watering system in the southern part of the city. And there were funds that were put in a department budget for both ongoing expenses and a one-time expense associated with that. Unfortunately, the one-time portion got recorded as an ongoing expense when that was put into the budget. And we've identified and removed that in the FY17 budget. And a last example of a rather large item is there's a risk reserve fund which is available for uncovered liability claims. And no target had been established for how much that fund should have in its balance, and we had been transferring $200,000 or $300,000 a year to that fund from the general fund. So in preparing the FY16 budget, we established a target for that fund, which would be 3 times the deductible portion of those claims, under the theory that we could have 2 claims in 1 year and a third one could be rolling over from another, and that the 2 claims is our limit. So that target has been established, and that fund is just going to be allowed to draw down until it needs to be replenished again. Then I have a series of some of the more routine things that are found through the base budget process, or that we address in the base budget process. I think we've mentioned before, maybe we haven't mentioned this one. Street lighting, utility costs go up every year, and developers add new traffic or new street lights. These are street lights, not traffic signals. And in that case, in both the FY16 budget and in the FY17 budget, street lighting did not request a supplemental to increase their budget for utilities. We found a way to absorb that within their base budget. All the departments experienced the water rate increases that was implemented in mid-year, and they were not budgeted for that. And so with that first water rate increase in the new 5-year plan, the departments were able to absorb those rate increases. I have an example here from one of the asset management funds. In this case, it's a totaled police vehicle. In that case, there was an insurance reimbursement, but we still had the responsibility for $1,000 of that claim. And we didn't have to come to you with a budget transfer saying, hey, we got this new money, will you please increase the budget so we can do this? We were able to replace it within the budget of that fund by doing some timing changes. What's important here is that's one of the things we've asked the departments that have asset management funds to do, is that if it was a police vehicle's engine blowing up, that would not have been covered by insurance, and we would have had to replace that engine. And so what we've asked the asset management owners to do is to be prepared that one day you might have to slide one thing forward and one thing back, so that we can continue to run this program in the smooth funding approach that we're trying to use. Parks absorbed much of the first minimum wage increase in this year. Effects of turnover. You've heard about our turnover rate, which means more overtime. It doesn't always mean that your savings will outweigh your cost to cover that position while it's vacant and you're trying to recruit. Departments absorb those kinds of costs. There are cases where folks may be out on paid leave for sickness or something like that you're still paying that salary and may need to have additional help. Retirement payouts, though we did add that in the budget, we've been able to work with every department that has raised a concern about a retirement payout and keep them within their budget without tapping that particular contingency. Doesn't mean it won't happen in the future, but we've been able to successfully keep those within the department budgets. And the last example I have is that this year engineering, and it kind of goes with one of the earlier ones, engineering absorbed at least $35,000 of temporary project management assistance during extended paid leave of 2 critical positions.
Now I'm going to have you stop here. I'm going to ask for questions on this part, on these 2, because they're both the same. I know we didn't plan this, but Budget Monitor review results in these 2 areas. So does anybody have on these 2 portions? Any questions? Councilman Bazzillo.
Maybe coming further down the road, you had sent me something on lean and some of the savings as a result of going through this process. You just touched on a couple things. Are you going to be explaining that later? Because I think what's important in the budget process that most of the outside doesn't hear, at least I'd like for them to hear, is a listing of those items as you go through this budget process. And you listed a few of them in there. in which as a result of leaning a variety of other things, as opposed to always asking for more and more, these are some of the ways we have saved money to be able to stretch our dollar so that the other things that are coming are needed, that we weren't able to take those excess dollars and do that. Now, she's pausing at this point, Mayor's pausing at this point, but are you going to be addressing that later so I can just hold off on that?
Mayor, council members, we have not specifically included those lean examples here, given that we were provided previously, but I can provide a couple examples. Finance Department eliminated a process for handling check requests for checks and saved significant hours that way. The Parks Department went through a Kaizen where they looked for opportunities to be more efficient and improve their park scores. They came up with concepts. In fact, a later supplemental is about a dump trailer or a dump truck that would make them more efficient in terms of getting waste into the container and dumping the
I think
container.
that actually was used as an example to us in a prior council meeting.
So I have dozens of examples here. There's been significant work in the development services and engineering areas. They've made tremendous reductions in the amount of time to process transactions for the outside. They eliminated 112 days from the development review process for a particular project. There has been time cut out of the process for construction of water meters from about 2 weeks to 3 days. So we're being more efficient, and we're on the even better side of these is our customers are receiving their services much more quickly than they were in the past. So I don't know if there's any particular ones that you'd also like to see highlighted. It's a very long list.
I just think there's value when you go to the public forum and you're receiving input from the public that is mentioned, because when I'm out there, and I suspect the others are hearing some of the same things, one of the first question I have as the budget increases, what are you doing to make you more efficient and more effective in providing services? And there are some examples in there of that. Now, I'm hoping with the new financial system comes into place, we'll be able to get a little more finite on some of those examples on true cost savings. But I hear that all the time. So that I think would be of some help when you go to the public and you do the presentation when they're coming in from the outside to highlight those. I think that would be very helpful for them.
I have to agree with Joel, and I'm always talking to my one-on-one, the city manager, similar things like that tell the story. Because they'll see something like this and they're going to take it and run with it. And so it's nice to see the other side of it, that yes, we recognize these things happen. In the meantime, this is what we've done in all the departments. So it's hard for cities to tell a story like that. And I guess it isn't something you usually write papers up on and do, but I think the council wants to see that. I think we want to be able to tout we tell them what great staff we have. Well, then let's have you tell it in some way and get it out to the public, okay? So
Mayor, council member, we'll be more than happy to do that, and I'll talk to you later about what we're planning for that, and this will definitely be one of the highlighted areas.
Wally, it said on this.
Yes. Well, it's on this that you said we could talk about. It's not on this that you just were talking about.
But it's on this 2 sections.
Oh, yes.
Okay, that's
Sorry.
all I want. I'm going to keep you to this 2 sections.
I didn't have anything to add to what the mayor said.
All right.
But my question is, did I understand you correctly, Lori, when you said that there was no funding plan for the risk reserve, that we are addressing that in our fiscal year 18 budget?
We actually addressed it previous to this year, was in the 16 budget. While developing the 16 budget, we established that we realized that there was no policy or no plan for how much we would let that fund grow to. So in that budget, we did not fund an additional contribution and established what the practice would be for funding that reserve.
But we're ready to go forward.
In the FY18 budget, we are still not recommending an increase into that fund because it has not come down to that 3 times our deductible level.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Sherry, she called it. Sherry?
And if I'm in the wrong spot, I think this would fit here. Just tell me and I'll wait.
Yes, please do it, because that's what I'm trying to do.
I think it is.
Okay,
so,
good.
So when we're talking about like base budget items, is this where the in focus and the increase in the in focus would be, since it's something we already do?
No, we'll talk to you about that in the supplemental discussion because it's an increase in the department's budget. So
Okay.
this is no increases in the department's budget is where we're at right now.
Thank you for the response. Joanne?
Thank you. Lori, just so you know, right before I came to this meeting, I sent out about 20 questions. So I'm not going to shoot them out, all of them, this evening. But actually, Wally brought up the question I was going to ask, because in the past, I know it wasn't a defined plan, but we would go to Rourke and say, okay, what do we foresee possibly? Because that's truly what we're talking about, right? Are there potential cases that we may need to look at this? And so I guess that was the only real plan that we had. So I appreciate that you're actually looking at how do we continue to discuss that. But Rourke, wouldn't you say that's kind of been year to year as we've looked at those?
Yeah, historically, in the past, before we had Doug, I think Larry did fund it on an annual basis, and we look at it from time to time. I know Doug and I had a conversation earlier this year, and probably it's reflected in the budget that it's probably bigger than it needs to be.
Gotcha.
So let's look at what reasonably might come in, and I think we settled on the 3 times the deductible. We've never had that many claims in a year, so it's probably a very conservative policy without letting the risk reserve grow to be larger than it really needs to be and impacting other areas of the budget. So.
All right, great.
Appreciate it.
I think we're ready to go. Go ahead.
All righty. So the next discussion is the supplemental budget process. And what the supplemental budget process is it's where we address costs that the department can't absorb. And so it is things such as inflation, rate increases, growth in the number of customers that we serve, like, how many, in sanitation, how many trash cans we have to pick up. It's also the point in the budget process where we would expand existing service levels or services, where we might add new services, and then all positions would go through the supplemental process. Positions would not be added without coming through the supplemental city council process. And we also use it to add one-time items. An example from the last few years was the SCBAs in the fire department, where we were building up the funding to do that replacement pre-asset management. And so in general, the way that process works, and again, this is just the staff side of the process. Again, it starts with budget and research, preparing a database and instructions, and we also have the assistance of IT in doing that. They maintain the database for us. The departments prepare requests. Those requests include a description, relationship with their PBB programs, with the strategic plan elements, and includes some justification and explanation of what they're requesting, and it includes costing. They also discuss those items with their city manager's office representative before they make their submission into the process. Again, similar to the base budget process, when the budget and research area receives those, we perform a technical review. We look for, yes, do these costs look reasonable? Is this something that's already in your base budget? Did you ask for this in a prior year and it didn't get funded? Why not? Or are the costs similar to what we saw before? And again, we prepare a series of technical questions. And again, we meet with that department and the city manager's office to discuss the questions we've sent, to really understand the priorities and the needs, so that we can begin moving forward with the phase of the process where we begin to meet with the council. So the supplemental process gives us a second chance to revisit that discussion we had in the base budget about, are you sure you can't absorb this? Those questions get asked again in the supplemental process, and certain items get kind of called out. It gives us a chance to look at the department's priorities for things to increase their base budget versus new needs that they have. And I just want to point out that not all base budget requests that become supplementals are ultimately recommended. Earlier this year, when we brought the supplementals forward in our initial review, for example, there was $5,000 requested for overtime and engineering inspections. Where that was rated and the dollar amount made us say, maybe that department should be able to absorb that, and it isn't being recommended to be funded. There's some other similar things in terms of fire maintenance agreements. And the Information Technology Department has a large budget because it's responsible for the software maintenance costs and hardware maintenance for the entire city technology infrastructure. So they have a very large line item related to those costs. And their initial request was scrutinized, and the recommendation is lower than what their original request was. Throughout the entire budget process, we haven't mentioned salary and benefits. Salary and benefits estimates are prepared by the Budget and Research Division. Departments do not prepare those estimates, whether it's the supplemental process or the base budget and during the actual labor costing process. Departments do tell us, and as part of their base budget, is their use of temporary or part-time and overtime. So they do, when they get their base budget target, those line items are included. However, the Budget and Research Office adds the related benefits that would go along with that when we get into the forecasting the entire salary and benefits. The way we do this is the salaries are based on the actual pays of the people in the positions at the time we draw the file to prepare next year's budget. That's usually done in the December, January timeframe. And then we use the market value for positions that are vacant at that point in time. That means there'll be variation. Even if we didn't change a single position in the city in the budget process, the budget for salaries and benefits will be different from one year to the next if there was no change, no raises, no new positions. They would still be different numbers simply because different people with different pays are in the positions. We then add the benefits. We have early enough in the process, we know the rates for pension. Obviously, we know Social Care, Medicare, those types of things. And as we move through the process, the numbers for health and dental become more clear. In projecting health and dental insurance, we use a weighted average of actual use by all positions. So we look at how many people are using family coverage versus single coverage, and we come up with a weighted average. And then the Human Resources Department, as we go through the budget process and we're looking at costing new positions, they provide the classification for positions. We cost the positions, and they're also responsible for bringing to you in the whole process of coming up with what type of compensation and benefits would be recommended for the coming year. This next will kind of divert from the operating budget process, so that's basically the cost to run the city on a regular basis. The next process is the capital project process, or the CIP process. And what's in the CIP are projects that are generally more than $50,000 that add new facilities or infrastructure or that extend the life of existing assets. The CIP is a 10-year plan for the City of Goodyear. The plan only includes projects that can be funded within the forecasted resources. There's no projects added that don't have funding. And it's important to understand that when we're preparing the CIP, you can't award a contract until you have the whole amount budgeted. So later on when we talk about carryovers, part of the reason there's carryovers is because if it's going to cost $5 million to build the street, it may take you a year and a half to do that, but we have to have the $5 million budgeted in the year you're going to award that contract. In terms of going through the process from the staff perspective, we look closely at the current year estimate again. We scrutinize and update the upcoming fiscal year the most closely because that's going to be the next year's appropriated budget. We add the new 10th year because every year all the projects they stay in the same fiscal year, but they slide up in doing that. And we look if there's material changes in the middle years, such as, for example, last year the facilities master's plan was not approved before the budget process was nearly complete. So that facilities master plan projects were introduced in the budget process we're going through now with the CIP. So that's a case of something that's happened. and then if there's other new projects that have become a priority for the city. The process involves departments and the council generating ideas. Often at the city council retreat, there's discussions about potential capital project needs. The departments have to cost those ideas. There's also there are critical repair and maintenance needs that perhaps change as time goes on. And there's always a citizen survey to consider as we're looking at new ideas or potential new CIP projects. The departments, we had developed a database in conjunction with the information technology department last year. And so that database has made a great deal of improvement in how we prepare those requests. And similar to the supplemental process, the departments provide costs by phase of project, design, construction, land acquisition. They provide a scope of the project, they provide justification. And we ask that if there is an operating budget impact of $10,000 or more for opening that particular new project, that be provided. Again, we do a technical review. In this case, the engineering department is also involved in that review because of their experience with constructing facilities, managing projects, and ultimately most of these projects they will have to manage and implement for the city. So similar priorities, how does this relate to our overall goals and objectives? Recent improvements in the CIP process. There has, inflation had not been consistently applied throughout the CIP in the past. So in the last 2 years, we've been working to ensure that there are inflation estimates in there. There is one exception in the CIP we'll be recommending later on this evening, and that is for the impact fee projects. Inflation is not included because that inflation was not in the plan that underlies those impact fees, and that is an issue that will be addressed in the impact fee study that the council funded this year. So we did have the departments disclose those full costs in this year's process so that we'll have them available when the impact fee study begins. If there was, so that's the exception where we have projects that are in the CIP that are not fully funded and do not have inflation. There's a costing sheet that's been added to the process where the departments that provides kind of line items of common items that are in each type of project. With the goal of trying to make sure that there's not oversight about something being excluded from a project. Don't forget your impact fees that you have to pay as a city project, those types of things, and engineering developed that form. And there's been an enhanced focus on the operating costs that has allowed the council to establish the concept of the set aside for future operating costs. And we did add a section to the budget document that was to the 17 budget that received high ratings in the GFOA review process. So that has been quite an improvement. Any CIP or questions?
Yeah. Okay, where are you now on this? This is now 6:20, and we're on the carryover request process. Yes? So you have questions from the last part. Okay, so now let's.
For this part here.
Yeah. Oh, on this part here.
I can do two more. There's 2 slides
Okay,
left.
so go ahead and do those, and then we'll get to the questions. Thank you.
Actually, there's only one slide.
That's right. Go ahead.
So the carryovers, I mentioned a little bit of the concept of carryovers a little while ago. That is, carryovers are basically rebudgeting items from the current year budget into the new budget that we're developing. Carryovers are mostly associated with, they are associated with one-time items, such as a construction project like the example I gave earlier where you simply can't complete it in 1 year, but you had to award the contract and the budget in 1 year. Or you may have something like a consultant contract that either the procurement process hasn't been finished or, again, it was awarded late in the year and it's crossing over fiscal years. Most carryovers are the most dollar amounts of carryovers are CIP projects. So again, it's a system of operating budget requests are done via a database that is associated with the supplemental database that ITD has worked with us on. CIP is done via a spreadsheet. Again, it's a series of the departments identify what they've spent so far, what they think they'll spend this year, and what their total contract is, so that we carry over. We try to carry over a little bit more than they really think they'll need next year, so we don't have a budget problem because we're under budgeted. And as a reminder, we always go back and reconcile carryovers after the new year begins, and we know what the actual expenditures were, so that the project's budget remains the same as it's crossing years. And these are reviewed by the Budget and Research Division and the City Manager's Office as well. And that's...
All right, you're on. Councilman Pizzillo.
Couple questions. The one thing I noticed on the carryover and as well as the capital budget, I'm just going to go in generalities here, is there's a lot contracts awarded no, okay? And here we are approaching May. We're almost finished the fiscal year, and maybe they will get in by the end of the year. Here's my concern, at least from a council standpoint. If we had some project management timelines when we did our capital improvement plans or any of these plans, then from a council standpoint, we would know whether we're getting maybe a little too aggressive on some of these funds that really we're not even going to get started in the fiscal year, which would have freed up to do other things. So that kind of gives you a feel. So without having the timelines, I don't know if it's because of lack of resources or why it slid. It just got nowhere yes on here. So I really think when you're doing the capital budgets or asking, and not only that, if they put project timelines in, they may say, well, wait a minute, this project timeline tells me I'm not going to get this done this year anyway. So why am I putting it in? So I think it will help them in the decision making when they list, because I think this year's capital plan, we have almost $100 million in there. We're not going to spend $100 million next year on capital projects. So obviously from a timeline standpoint, it would be nice to know, are we at least going to start them all next year? Because again, contract has to be awarded in order to be budgeted. Maybe they should have been pushed out. I don't know without that project timeline. So that's what I'm kind of looking for in the generalistic terms on here, because we got $8 million in carryovers here. And I didn't total up the no's, but there's quite a few no's on here. You know, maybe they will turn to yes next month, but I don't know that.
Mayor and Councilmember, I will tell you that one of the things that we do in those meetings is talk about the timeline, and that is requested in terms of when they will do different phases. I think you have all seen that there's been some requests for additional project management assistance with some of the projects that have been advanced in the CIP. Last year, when we talked about the recreation facility and the aquatic center and the park, there was initially a thought that we couldn't manage those all at once, and they're programmed in the current CIP to be not done at the same time. But we've looked at moving those forward and the ability to manage those projects. But it's a very good point, and it is something that engineering is looking at closely, and I do think that's why you're seeing some pressure on more project management resources or temporary project management resources.
Thank you.
Bill?
Lori, are you looking for questions that are generic about the process?
Yes, we'll wait until the discussion of the actual dollars and cents of the budget in the next presentation, if that works for you in terms of that.
No, it does. I just want to make sure I understood that. So the only question that kind of follows through on a little bit on what Councilmember Pizzillo was talking about is, we're charged with approving it again when the contracts are awarded, and we're not privy to any of that information. And I think that creates a huge knowledge vacuum that we are unable to stand, and my example is I can't stand in the ice cream aisle at the grocery store and talk to a resident knowledgeably because I don't have that information. And it is beyond comprehension for a resident for me to say, well, we just have to trust what staff tells us, and that's just the way that it is. That doesn't fly. So I think we need to work on a better system that brings that information forward. If we knew what the timeline was, and we could better talk to it, because right now it's just a matter of I don't know, and that people I talk to have a higher expectation of their council member to be better informed than that.
Mayor, Councilmember, we'll look for opportunities to add more information on timelines in the materials we bring forward next year.
Joanne?
The inflation issue for CIP. So this was one of my questions. Going forward, is this something that we never addressed in the past that needs to be a financial policy, that we say that with every CIP project we need to be adding for inflation for that 10-year spread, wherever it may be within that timeline? Is that something that, we should have addressed as a policy within, our financial system? Or is this something that administratively should have been occurring? So I guess that's kind of my question. And going forward, now all the CIP items that you've brought to us for the next year, because we're adding the new year, have they, within those budgets, have the inflation added to it? Whatever you may deem as a responsible inflation percentage. I don't know what that is, and that's hard to say sometimes, but give me some feedback on that.
Mayor, Councilmember, I believe that it should be the administrative side's responsibility to ensure that projects are appropriately costed, whether inflation should apply or not. I think there was a concept of that sometimes projects were just placed in there as we knew we needed to do this someday in the future, so a dollar amount was put in there, and it may not have been thoroughly thought out and costed. So in my opinion, the work that's been done between the budget and research and the engineering department, as well as with the CIP committee and the city manager's office, has made great strides in assuring that projects are fully costed as much as possible. The new spreadsheet that we're using, or the costing sheet, provides the departments the instructions with the exact factor that they should multiply their estimates by for the fiscal year they're putting it in. So
that's the number for the inflation.
For the inflation, correct. Okay, so if you're asked to cost in current year dollars, and then we tell you exactly what you should multiply it by, if you're putting it in fiscal year 21, multiply this number by that factor so that we have consistent inflation. If there were projects, if we knew that inflation in streets projects was different than inflation in parks projects, we would use different inflation assumptions for different parts of the CIP. But I would encourage you to let the staff continue to develop that process, and that there is a clear commitment to ensuring that we come forward with projects that we've thought about all the costs and have prepared for it.
Any other questions? Sherry?
I have to agree with what Bill said about just getting updates. I know, for an example, the median on Estrella about 2 years ago was in the budget. And I understand it takes time to order the rocks, and now they're just working on it now. But it is very helpful to be able to say, when we get these updates, maybe quarterly or something, where we're at with some of the projects, especially the visible ones that the citizens are going to see or have been asking for, so we can kind of tell them, like in here, there's the community park site plan. That's kind of a biggie. It'd be nice to say that this is where we're at and have those updates. The wellness park, we have a date, July 2017, but for the community park, we don't have a date. So if we could kind of
give you one
update, yeah. Give me a lot of dates. I just think that would be really helpful. Like when you're in the ice cream aisle with Bill, that you can actually kind of say, yeah, well, we're ordering the rock, or where we're at with these. Because I know, like, some of the ones up by my neighborhood, I ask specifically about, and I get the information, but there might be some I don't always recall, but I know they're there. And then when someone asks me, just kind of, if you get the timelines, maybe share those quarterly on the big ones with us. Some of the stuff people aren't going to know about, like the prosecution database program, but some of the big stuff that people start to see dirt moving would be great.
And I can understand, because I get the same questions. I'm going to recognize the city manager for a moment.
Thank you for that. Great discussion, because it is something that we continue to look at. A couple things I want to, on the project management, we were down a few folks last year because that were out. And that did impact some of the projects. So we are bolstering our ability to manage projects this coming year, now and the coming year. The other is on the website. We do have our CIP projects on there as far as when, what the phasing schedules are for that. So that is available to the public and certainly to council on the website. But you also get at some points as well as far as other strides that are made. And Council Member or Vice Mayor Loretano, you mentioned on the median project going up Estrella Parkway. You won't find that necessarily on the website looking ahead in that specific detail, but that is an area where we do try and communicate projects and where they're going.
Well, and I always think about this too when we ask for numbers. Things happen in between, can't be prevented, which delays the project. So sometimes it's the good and the bad, when you give them a date. Sometimes it's even better not to, because then it's open. So that happens. It happens both ways, as I see it. Just a moment. It was over on this side. Wally?
I was just going to share. I asked the city manager probably every 5 months or 6 months, when are we going to finish the library? Because I get that all the time of people wanting to know, what are we going to do about it? And you promised us it was going to be this, that, and the other. And I know we had a contest at least 3 years ago for someone to design a new book drop-off that's supposed to be electrified or something. Maybe it talks to us when we drop our book in or something. But it's when we're out like that, and I'm out in the public talking to people, or even at the library, and they want to know. And I don't make up something because they'll catch me on it. I just always have to say, I'll have to get back to you. And I know it's in the works, and I understand we didn't have project managers, and I know we're behind, but we need to get going. We really do. I understand it, but we just can't keep putting some of this stuff off.
Okay. Next, Joe?
Just to make sure, Brian, I understand. Each one of these projects.
Why don't you just wait a minute? Okay.
I apologize for that. If I may, just real quickly. So the library is starting construction, and it will be complete June 1st. So that one is right around the corner.
Starting today? I was just there. I didn't see anything.
No, starting. And I'll have Nathan address that.
But there's some things behind the scene we don't see. So
yeah.
So I guess we got to be careful on a start. And that's one thing that really staff would have really greatly appreciate when you say start to us or somebody explain, because that is not when we want to tell them. Mm-hmm. We want to tell them when actual moving of dirt, something that they can visibly see. I don't think we need to know the other if we're given.
Sure.
Okay.
Mayor, Councilmember Campbell, construction for the art project at the library is scheduled to begin May 1 with a completion date of June 1. And we're working right now to get the word out with the library and our county partners to make sure that the patrons are aware of that schedule.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we? He doesn't know about City Hall then, does he? Or do you? No?
We
okay,
do not
never
have
mind.
An update on that right
okay,
now.
thank you.
All right.
Good
Joe?
try.
Joe?
I just to make sure I understand, Brian, is each project that we have in the CIP is timelined out, project management of when it's going to start, when the contract's going to be awarded, and the time period it takes to come through fruition. Each one is on the website that shows each one of these projects detailed out?
No,
Okay.
not all of them.
Okay.
But the major CIP projects are on the website, but not every project, no. So in answer to your question, are we looking at timelines for those? And that's something that our goal is to be more on track with those and develop those.
And see, here's where I think it would help both staff and us, is that when they start to mark the time, say you have 3 project managers and they start going through the timelines and they find out, wait a minute, we're not going to get this till the next fiscal year. They may rethink whether we're going to put it in this budget, next budget, because they sat down, thought of the time with the resources available, assuming the turnover doesn't happen, because those things do happen. They may come down by taking that time to do that, to realize that this isn't going to get done in this time frame. So we need to push it out or whatever the case. And then for us, we can explain to others what are happening, or from a council standpoint, if it starts sliding or slipping, then we can ask the question, what happened? One might be you lost 2 of them, turnover, whatever the case may be. But we have something to match up against with the timelines on there. Right now, there is nothing other than contract hasn't been awarded yet. So that's the only point I was trying to make about help both staff and the council in identifying, where all these projects are and whether they're on track or not on track.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
Bill?
So where on the website are these?
I couldn't find them.
You're looking.
find
I
them.
figured you. I was watching you. I could see you were looking
Yeah.
on.
GoodyearAZ.gov, and I'll have someone /projects.
So if I go to the website and I bring up the part about residents, I should be able to see it there too.
No, but you can't.
But it's not there.
They're not going to know to do backslash project.
They're not going to know /projects. That's
Yeah,
my point.
that's right.
So
That's the point.
it's one thing for us to say we've got it out there and we've got it on the web, but if it's not accessible, we don't have it. And I'm not a,
I think, Bill, I think we're all in agreement on this. I think
Done.
what out of this conversation comes, we have to find some process in which you can relay the information to council. And the things that, if you're giving a timeline, you have to know that we're probably not going to make this timeline, but this is for your information only, some certain things. And then I know this is a lot of extra work for somebody, so I'm not sure whether you do it through the assistants, and they're the ones that absolutely put this together and get it to us. But I totally understand what they're saying about being out with the public. But we don't want to tell the public, really, we don't want to prevent you from going through the process that you have to go. We don't want to do your job for you. All we're looking for is that a little bit more protection when we're out and being able to talk about what's going on in the city.
And thank you, Mayor. And our goal is to do a better job of providing you with the project schedules as well.
It's not a better job. It's not really what I think. It's that you're all busy in your departments and you have a lot to do. Of all the things you do, this is probably the most hard position to be in, because when you're really in a project and you're working hard on it, you're here and you're centered. And then all of a sudden you have this byproduct here, which is your council, who is scratching on the blackboard that they need more information. So I understand that sometimes maybe the importance doesn't ring the bell, but you heard tonight that is really something that they get frustrated about. And I think we could eliminate this frustration quite easily. So, well, not easy for you, but it would be better for us. All right, go ahead. Yeah, any more questions? No. So we're going, where are we now?
I think we're going to take our break.
Is this where everybody? Okay, but everybody's winking at me. So we're going to take a break. And all right, so 15 minutes, is that sufficient? Sure. All right, we're taking a break. I have to do this. Break for 15 minutes.
With my notes on it. Is
it cold? Okay. So I'm having trouble hearing. I guess I need a hearing test, but they're echoing, and I'm missing part of what they're saying. Yeah. I had a real tough time when Luke was talking.
Why don't you hold right up?
Oh my gosh. For like how long?
Well, you can
part of it is I'm too tall for these. I need to sit like this, and that will help.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Lori. But it's important we hear you.
All righty. If I start to fade, let me know, and I'll move around.
Okay.
It's hard to keep my notes in front of me and do this.
Number 2 then?
Yeah, we're going to, is number 2 presentation, that's what we're asking.
Yes, second presentation.
Okay.
Is the presentation ready?
Yeah.
Is that
General Fund Draft Budget Proposed 10-Year CIP.
The presentation is not moving.
No, I'm going to find that out in a hurry. Oh, no.
Oh, now we're way back. Can you go back to the beginning of the presentation? Thanks. All right, so the keyboard does not want to work.
If I got the right one. Is this the one you pulled up?
2 more, I think.
It is not working, Lainey. So do we then have you move slides for me?
I think. Oh, is this next?
Are we talking to somebody?
Well, there's somebody back there in the room.
Here we are. It's up now.
Oh, here it goes.
All righty. Thank you. Oops, and then I still got the wrong thing in front of me. All righty. So we went over the budget process overview part of the presentation. So now we're going to walk through the bulk of the draft budget for the general fund and some of the other miscellaneous funds associated. Start again, as I usually do, with the budget calendar. Just as a reminder of where we are relative to kind of the discussion of the supplementals and the CIPs, which are really the changes in the budget. On March 20th, we provided you a listing and a presentation on all the requested supplementals and all the requested CIP items. And last week, we presented to you for the enterprise funds draft budget. And this week, we're presenting the general fund draft budget and identifying the items in those lists that are being recommended to move forward. Another item that's added to the calendar that we hadn't finalized the date for, and that is on May 2nd. We'll be having the budget open house this year. We're going to change the format a little bit. It'll be over in City Hall, and we'll have a series of boards and people there to ask answer questions for folks. So for tonight, we're going to go over, I'm going to start with those small funds and with carryovers, because small funds get lifted at the end often, and then we are tired and don't get to them very well. And then carryovers are new. This is new information for you, so I'll go over those first as well. And then we'll move into the walking through the draft budget and the different things that are included in the draft budget, as well as kind of the financial summary and some other items.
Mayor.
Bill?
Before we get started, just for the future, for me, and I don't know how anybody else did it, I went through all of the documents and like, okay, I have a really good understanding. And then I went through the presentation, and the presentation and the documents they're not in sync. So I couldn't prepare questions based on the slides because my questions are now all over the place. And if I had done it the other way, I don't know that it would have been any. So if someone's taking notes on future, if there's a way to make the presentation link up with a table, a schedule, something that makes it easier for us to follow along, I think that would be really helpful, especially given the time constraint that we always seem to be under when we do this. Just, I don't know if anyone else felt disjointed when they got done, but so before you get started, we're going to start backward, and at the packet, the small funds were at the end, but tonight we're starting with the small funds, which are at the beginning. So that was all.
Mayor, council member, many of those schedules are standard budget document schedules, and so we'll work to find a better way to provide information that is chronologically ordered as much as possible. So starting with the other funds, and again, this is information that we provided on March 20th. There's no changes here. Arizona lottery funds are restricted to transit purposes. There is an increase in the contract for the existing Zoom service just based on cost increases from the provider. And then there's an item to clean up the basins that are part of the property owned by the Park and Ride. That is part of that property. Parks has identified that those areas are overgrown and needed attention. So this one-time item has been added to clean up that. And it's appropriate to use this funding source because it is part of the Park and Ride property. And then the next item, we didn't call it out quite this clearly in the last presentation. The Court Enhancement Fund is the funding source that's funding a portion of the security guard supplemental that is included in the court general fund presentation. When we showed you before, we showed the dollar amount and then that there was an offset of $40,000. And this funding source is restricted, and security is one of the things it may be used for. So with those, we can move on to the carryovers. We've provided you a listing of the carryovers that are being recommended in the operating budget and in the CIP for the general fund and the related funds. They are generally In the operating side, they are generally related to the asset management funds. The largest carryover is the job credit money. We've been carrying those funds over year after year as they're depleted through the agreements that are in place. And then in asset management, in the fleet asset management, most notable, there are 3 fire apparatus that are being carried over to next year. On the CIP side, there's about $8.2 million in general fund carryovers. That's spread through a number of projects. The largest single one is the remaining budget for the financial system project. Again, this project was previously budgeted in many, many different small projects. Under the new contract with the new vendor, we have broken it into a phased project. This is the portion of the funding, and those phased portions were included in the CIP we reviewed last in March. This is carrying over the portion associated with the current phase that is underway. I spent my morning over working at the project room that we have to work on that project. The next largest carryover.
Lori, I would just add that it's important to point out that there has been no increase in this in the budget as well. So this is just kind of the remaining budget, but wanted to make sure that council knew we are not adding additional appropriations for this.
And then there's another big carryover is the Goodyear Boulevard project, phase 2 of that as well. We weren't going to go into detail on the carryovers. I don't know if there was any questions on any of the other carryovers that are presented.
I did. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Questions?
Yeah, I have one.
Yes, Bill.
Excuse me. We were provided a written answer to the question that I had earlier today, and it still is not ringing a bell with me. That's this library project.
Yes.
We have, I recall, and I know we're calling it an art project, which is the outside beautification and then the ramps and whatnot. But it also appears as though there's an additional $55,000 for a future project.
Mayor, council member, there are older impact fees that are for a library. And so essentially that remaining carryover, that additional amount is that remaining impact fees that we will spend on some future growth-related activity at the library. So it's been just budgeted so that there's budget available to spend when we identify an appropriate expense.
And we couldn't use that $55,000 to pay for the exterior improvements that we've already budgeted out of the general fund?
It is being used to pay for some of the exterior improvements, including the parking spaces. We have to be cautious. We can't use impact fees to renovate or remodel something that already exists. It has to be something that's growth related, and so we carefully evaluated which costs on that project could be used for the impact fees could be used for.
If you build an additional room to the library,
correct,
then you could use that 55.
Okay.
Does that answer your question on that one?
Yeah, it did. Thank you.
Joe?
Just refresh my memory. I don't know, Michelle or Brian, on the job credits. Are we still using those job credits? I thought I went back towards the state, and we are using other means to fund incentives now. Is that still a viable option?
Michelle or Lori, and I can even add to that as well. But Lori, you want to take the first shot?
I can take an initial shot. There were 2 agreements that we have that we set aside money for to meet those requirements. One of them has expired. This year, we anticipate we'll be paying $500,000 out of that fund because one of the agreements included a reimbursement for infrastructure, and that the terms of getting that reimbursement for the infrastructure have been met. There is, I believe, one of the agreements still has some life on it. Our anticipation is that in FY18, we'll be able to free up those funds for another purpose.
Michelle Lori's coming to the microphone. Michelle, you want to add to that?
Thank you. I would. Yes, Lori's right. There is one that is still being worked out, but we haven't, kind of to your memory, we haven't done one of those kind of agreements for a long time. I haven't done one since I've been here, so it's been several years. So we've kind of switched to doing other types of agreements. Yeah, but so that's kind of where we are at this point.
No, I was just wondering. I heard 500,000. I know 300,000 is our first year's debt payment for the water bonds. So, I see that at 873, and I'm still a firm believer there's other ways we could finance other than putting on property tax. But, I heard 500,000. I didn't hear anything over 500, and here's an $873,000 amount. So, just throw that out for consideration because, again, I'm not a big fan of, as you all know, putting a property tax on those that are outside our water area. So.
And if I may add to that, so we do know there's 500,000 for this coming year. The other is, I believe that last job credit reimbursement sunsets in fiscal 19. So they still have an opportunity to generate jobs and get that credit back, but they probably won't use it all, but we need to make sure that we still have some available for that.
Okay, I'm still looking for 300,000. So okay.
Yes, that was in the contract.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's still
It's contractually obligated.
That's a living binder
Yes.
that we have
Yes.
to do until 2019.
If they have the jobs that warrant it. So if
time,
it still could happen, but
I think at
we
the
don't know
time it
today.
was so worthwhile because the state stopped doing it at that time, and this is the reason that we created that. Bill, did you get finished?
No, and I have a follow-up to that then.
Okay.
And I think you were trying to get to the summary part. So our current obligation through 2019 is 500,000. Is that?
Well, 500,000 is going to be paid out. Actually, that's separate. That's going to be paid out this year, I believe.
Correct.
The 500. No, and then there's another agreement that is not quite that high, but that would be for job creation agreement that was done with another firm earlier in the decade. But I can certainly get like a spreadsheet for you on that.
Okay, so just I think very high level. So
Sure.
we are kind of potentially meet all the requirement obligated for the 873. Is that or the 8? What was that number?
873.
Yeah, 873.
873, yes. I don't know if you have that.
I'm sorry, I don't have the specific analysis on that. I believe it is potentially not that high.
Right.
I have not looked at the analysis
And I don't have
in
the
the last
specific
6 months.
numbers. Oh, excuse me, Lori. I don't have the specific numbers either, but I can certainly get them for you.
But yeah, I think now I'm hearing Joe's question that if it's not that high, then we probably ought not be holding back the entire amount and reallocate that for something else that is near and dear to all of our hearts.
Wally?
I have a question on the fleet asset management reserve. Am I going to go too far ahead? Are we still?
We're in carryovers?
Yeah,
And
it is
that's-
a carryover.
Looks like you have the carryover page.
Yeah, I have it right here. I just have a question about the community paramedicine grant. I know that it's a request to carry it over to September of 2017. Didn't we just give permission for this to I'm going to say operate because that's not the word I should use, just till June? Bill, do you remember that? Didn't we just give them, we didn't give them blanket authorization. Do we need to redo it?
No, I think whatever the grant period was.
We had anticipated initially, good evening, Mayor and Council. We had anticipated initially that we would run out of the money by the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah,
and now as
June.
we're operating, we're seeing that it's going to extend over to September.
And then after September, you're done?
Yeah, we're looking for, right now we're looking for sustainability through partnerships, whether our insurance companies or through other healthcare organizations.
Okay, so we don't, as a council, need to do anything to keep the program going?
No.
Okay,
No.
all right.
But it will
Thank you.
end in September.
This grant period, we anticipate will end in September.
And then does the community paramedicine stop in September?
Well, hopefully we'll have some sustainability before then. So
Okay.
that's
All
what we're
right.
looking for right now.
Okay, thank you.
That's very typical, though, of grants.
If not, it dies.
Yeah.
Sherry?
No, I don't want it to, but yeah.
Yeah, I
okay.
think that's what your question was. I think we were getting a little lost here. So if, let's say, no one steps up to the plate in September, is that something that, I guess the city manager, I don't know, is that something we should put in the budget tentatively if no one steps up so we have it there so we're not dying?
Certainly one of the difficulties with the regional approach is
That's right.
getting all the different cities to pitch in the same amount of money.
Oh, yeah.
And certainly you couldn't have the city of Goodyear paying for somebody in Peoria's overtime. So that's where the difficulty lies. We feel like the regional effort makes the most sense, and that is how we are pitching it to our healthcare partners, whether insurance companies or accountable care organizations or hospitals for that matter. So we do have two viable options on the table right now that we're continuing to kind of work through.
So we can be confident you're pursuing that.
We are absolutely pursuing it, yeah.
Joanne?
I was just going to request that in the future, if you could, I mean, maybe it's August after we get back from the summer, retreat, that you let us know how the program was going. Just kind of give us an update as to how it's been beneficial. And
we had provided a written update previously, but our plan was to come back in September with some type of a work session
great.
for you.
Yep. Right, thank you.
Bill?
Have we done any analysis to figure out what it would cost us to sustain that program within our own community yet?
We're currently looking at the cost per call, and then we're looking at the monthly cost as well. So we do have a sense of an understanding of what that would cost, but it becomes a lot higher because our call volume would be less in just one city versus the 5.
So ballparky.
I didn't
Not to
hear
put
what
you on
your
the spot.
question was.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Ballpark.
This culture of care that we have.
We don't want to stop it.
We're
Yeah,
going to be having.
Well, I tell you what,
that we're investing like
I'm gonna-
$3 million in.
I'm going to recommend you don't give a ballpark tonight. I'm going to recommend it highly as the mayor sitting here because it's going to come back and bite you if you
And
do.
we have a plan.
So, and they're going to remember that one. So I suggest not. I suggest you come back with more actuals to make this happen.
Without a ballparky, that's what you said. isn't
You're
it?
smiling, Bill. It's true.
Without a ballparky to nail you down on an amount now, I really think this is something that we don't want to end up stopping. So if we could have a plan B, in the budget somehow that we can get to the funds of plan B. And then if we don't need plan B, that's great. But it's hard to just stop and then restart, because if you stop, then all the people you've been working with are going to go back to the 911 system, and then we have to start from scratch.
So we have to replace something in the budget to put it in.
There needs to be an appropriation for a grant or something coming in that would cover it. And back to Chief Louisi's point, there are several interested parties, non-city, that would be medical related that are very interested in this going forward. But we'd have to get with budget and look at some type of appropriations, because if we get a revenue in, then we have an ability to expense it.
And I guess what
So we'll need a ballparky at some point.
what would be real helpful if it is during the break time that you let us know, inform council, the possibility that we have something, or is it going to have to come back to us before it would be meaningful?
My sense is in past, because council has an interest in it, that we would come back before
Okay.
you with
All right,
information.
that answers that. Okay.
Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah,
Cheryl?
that was going to be my comment. I think you've heard the comments, and that was on my list of questions because I had not seen any place that we had earmarked anything for it. And I did have a conversation with that program just this afternoon, and it's impressive, the resources that have been put together. And I would absolutely encourage, and I think the comments were, this is important to us. I think it's important to our community and cannot be easily replicated in the private sector. So that it's really, I think it's very important that we look at keeping it vital to us as a and it makes really good economic sense as well. Then you add the soft and warm fuzzies of the confidence you can give people who are in less than comfortable situations in their life, providing them solutions, pragmatic solutions that are not costly to them. I just think that it can't be overestimated that how important this could be to us.
Thank you. That's good input. Our partners, have they all discussed a similar conversation? Has been discussed
They have,
with you? They have?
They haven't. And
They have.
to date, none of our partner agencies, cities, have put in for any budget supplementals for this. Because, again, we all believe as a regional concept that it's difficult for one city to fund the whole program. It'd be much easier if we had a healthcare partner that would help step up to the plate to fund the program.
So we're walking that same path.
We are walking this similar path, yes.
Bill?
Okay, so if that path leads to a dead end in September, we have zero provision to continue the program.
As the regional concept, correct. But
Correct.
also as a single city run resource, yes, you're correct.
So we have no plan going forward at September other than hope to move that program through. So everything that we've done up until this point, all the training, all the contacts that we've made, everything that Sherilyn talked about, all of that ceases.
Well, I will actually push back on that piece a little bit, because the resources that we've actually incorporated into the system can be very easily applied to the guys that are and the gals that are on the 911 system. So the ones that are operating off the fire trucks can still use those same resources to help those patients that are using the 911 system as for their non-emergent needs. So I think there's in essence some pieces of it that can live still on as we look for other funding resources. But again, it's very difficult from a regional perspective to be able to call on one city to fund that whole project, or even all 5 cities to kind of step up to the plate for it. So
I think we ought to have a backup plan, and it's
and
got to
I-
be
I
in the
get
budget.
What would the backup plan be? How
Mayor, Council, I think we're hearing that there is an interest that we incorporate something into the tentative budget that would address this issue. Some of the options could be we could work with the fire
Because
department.
we really can't spend the money unless there's something budgeted in it.
We
But
could
whether-
increase the city manager's contingency by an amount that we think would be what might be needed, so that then if it came forward that you needed to do that, you could authorize the city manager to take that amount out of his contingency. We also have a grant matching line item in our non-departmental budget. That's a general fund item. We could increase that, understanding that it might not be used specifically for a match, but that it would be used to replace an expiring grant that the council desires. So we can certainly take the information that we're hearing here and come back with a tentative budget with a
I
recommendation.
think that's kind of what people are asking. I think the council's asking for that. So if you
We
could
don't
do
even
that.
know what the number is to even fill in the blank. So what does that mean?
All right. In agreement?
I just want to be sure that we don't lose this program. And I know it's not desirable that one city run it for one city, but I'm willing to do that for my city if we can figure out how to do it. I don't want to lose it because it's such an important step forward for us. That was the only reason why I brought it up in the first place.
Sure.
Sorry.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, it was on your list? Oh, good.
Okay, anything else on while the chief is up here? So we're all in agreement that's what's going to be going forward. Thank you so much.
All righty. We're going to go through now what's included in the draft budget. So we'll start with the base budget. The base budget includes compensation and benefits. It includes the amount in the negotiated MOUs. It includes the amounts for the non-represented based on the information that was presented at last week's meeting, which included the 3 or 4% increase as a result of the compensation study for exempt and non-exempt respectively, and then a 3% pay increase. There's also the pension and benefits at the known rates included in there. And this is for the existing positions. The new positions are in the supplemental section of the presentation. The base budget includes the cost of ongoing operations, utilities, pencils, paper, all of those types of things. The base budget also includes the contingencies. The general fund contingency has previously been established at 25% or essentially 3 months of operating costs. Based on a lot of the conversations we've had in several budget presentations in this year, we are recommending that we change the contingency policy to be 15% of ongoing revenue. And that also, as we've done in the past, that we would grow into that new contingency by maintaining the current contingency of $17.8 million until it needs to be increased to be 15%. There is also items proposed in here for potential personal services requirements. The first is, you'll recall, there's a provision in the existing MOUs that should revenues meet certain triggers, there could be additional pay for under those MOUs. We don't believe that the second trigger that would trigger a 2% increase is possible. So what we've included is an amount should that first 1% item be triggered. We cannot know the actual results until after this year is over and we've actually experienced our revenue collections. Last year we were at 4.8% over budget. In order for this to be triggered, we'd have to be 5% over budget on the revenue for the 2 years. And there's not a clear indicator whether we will or will not be at that point. We'll be very close to the 5% level. And then we're also at the same time suggesting that we reduce, if you'll remember, we have both an FMLA and a retirement payout related contingencies. As I mentioned earlier, we've been able to keep the departments not having to tap that. So what we're recommending is we combine the two. They were originally each $100,000. We're recommending combining the two and reducing them to $100,000 combined, so you could use that same $100,000 for either an FMLA need or a retirement-related payout need. Also included in the budget are set-asides consistent with the financial practices that the city has been following. The ballpark debt is in at the $2.1 million set-aside, and in the FY19 budget, that set-aside will no longer exist, as that's when the debt service will go up to the amount that we've been moving towards. And just as a reminder, the refinancings that were done late last year and early this year reduced the amount of that set aside. So we are actually reducing it from this year's number for next year. The asset management reserves are in based on the 10-year plans. And that includes the new traffic signal plan that we've discussed a few times. We're also proposing a new capital projects reserve to address upcoming capital projects, unanticipated conditions in projects, and to recognize that we should be building capacity to address some of those impact fee projects that have been advanced. We've reviewed a couple times that to advance those, we're going to have to make loans to those impact fee funds. And later on, I'll have some more information on this to kind of walk through further why this recommendation is being made. And that's at $3.7 million in the draft budget.
If you want to wait, can ask
Mayor, you can make that call.
Go ahead.
So I understand when we say loans. Sorry. When we're talking about needing to loan ourselves money for impact fees because we haven't collected it yet, correct? So the way I internalize it is it's like we're taking out a loan on accounts receivables, per se, if I was looking in the business world, okay? And I go back to, is this a wise thing to do, looking at it that way? And then knowing, though, we want projects to progress, but I also question, what does this do for, if anything, towards our bond rating, or how is this viewed in that landscape? You know, because that's what we're doing. We're kind of playing the system. So help me out with that.
Mayor, council member, I believe, we have not directly asked the bond, the financial advisors how this would impact us. It is the nature of impact fees are that you develop a plan that addresses your growth for the coming 10 years. And if your plan only calls for one fire station, more than likely you have to build that fire station before the 10 years are up, because things like response times require that you build it before it's 100% required. And so I believe it's a valuable exercise that we have actually thought about and recognized the future that those loans are out there as you're making decisions about building these impact fee projects. This is the first year that we've clearly laid out what the implications are of moving those projects to where they are. There are certainly some programs where we are holding off on projects because there is not capacity to build them now. So for example, in streets, there may be 5 streets projects. So you can program them out over the 10 years. But in another program where there's only one thing, it's kind of like you have to bring the capacity on before you need 100% of it.
So I can understand, you can argue the point, but we've never really asked the bonding agencies how they view it. Correct. It's not a problem.
We have not asked, and I don't believe it would be an issue with the bonding agencies. I don't know because in essence, I don't know that we've seen pre-planning. I think that they would see us pre-planning and think that's a good thing. As opposed to sitting here hiding our heads and not recognizing that we're doing some things that
I'm just understanding
have a future.
What we're trying to accomplish here, and where down the road, whether this bites us or not. So, and what the risks are behind doing that. Okay.
Joe? When I tried to line up the first presentation to the current presentation, as my recollection goes, that there was about 1.3 million in ongoing that hadn't been allocated, and about 2.4 in one time that had not been allocated, which just happens to total the $3.7 million. Is there a relationship between that and the 3.7 you mentioned?
No, sir, there's not a relationship between those numbers. It's just coincidental that we've been revising. We made rough estimates of what the personal services or the salary increases would be in the budget, and we've done our best job at roughing out those estimates. Now we've actually pushed those numbers in and have the actual department proposed budgets, and we've just lined up the estimated revenues against the proposed expenditures and came up with some options for how to recommend you use those resources.
So is there still $1.3 million worth of ongoing money to be allocated?
No, sir. This presentation is proposing we program 100% of the general funds into purposes. And so as we walk through there, everything will be addressed.
So the first estimates we got that showed 1.3, when you put the new numbers in, because I tried to go back and check off all those numbers that were originally in there, pretty much match up number for wonder, kind of got absorbed in there somehow into all of that stuff. Is that what you're telling me?
I guess
because what I try to do is go back.
What I can tell you is we have provided you, there was a color handout that was provided today. What that has is all the recommended supplementals. The items highlighted in green were included in the financial summaries that we presented earlier on March 20th. At that point in time, so those are the items that were included then. The items in yellow were in that third grouping that we presented on March 20th. That we were not including in the financial status, but that we were indicating were potential for being funded. And then there are a couple items in kind of an orangey salmon color, and those are items that were through the discussions that occurred on March 20th. We felt that there was a desire on the part of the council to include those items as well. So that explains the changes in the supplementals from what was presented on March 20th to now.
It doesn't look like $1.3 million to me, but I'll go back and take another look at it because I specifically remember $1.3 million in operating revenue when we went through all of those tiers that was left from the estimated revenue, all right, and the allocated resources. Ongoing was 1.3. That's the first tier, second tier. Somewhere absorbed in all this, and I tried to reconcile it with the list that I got here, and I can't because everything's matching up. So maybe offline we can talk.
You're looking at, so the
I'm
rest
looking
of
at the actual scheduled draft budget listing all the supplementals. Those numbers match up dollar for dollar with the exception of the police assistant. Probably. I don't know what schedule number it is. Schedule 11, with the exception of the police assistant, which is 90,000. That's where I'm having some heartburn trying to match this up because they don't flow from the original piece. Now, if the salary when you re-put them back in were under budgeted or the numbers that didn't plug in into the 1.3, so be it. But that's what I'm trying to reconcile, like I do in a bank reconciliation. 1.3, I see this. The differences does not come up to 1.3 million. I just wonder where the 1.3 went.
I will be happy to.
Is there any way Mr. Sandstrom can come up here and talk about this, please?
The one item that we have in the budget here, which was presented new this evening, is the CIP reserve item. So what we did after we went through the entire budget process of all the supplements that we're recommending for funding, all the CIP projects, the remaining dollar amounts on the operating and the one-time side were put into that CIP reserve to be used for future projects, future items that we've been talking about.
So that's where it's at.
Correct.
Okay. So your first question was correct. So there's $300,000 to pay your property tax debt service in there, I guess is what I'm asking.
There is $3.7 million that includes ongoing and one-time funding. Correct.
All right.
Be on top of those guys, Okay. So does that, I'm looking at both of your faces and getting it. Bill, I don't see your satisfaction on your face. I see the color.
Question, so
okay, so that's for another question.
No,
okay,
all I'm doing, looking for.
So I'm getting.
You're doing after the water.
Yeah, I'm just, as your mayor, I'm just saying you're satisfied with that answer.
Satisfied with that answer, but not where the money's going. But that's okay. That's another issue. I'm not satisfied with the 3.7 went. Totally.
So you're not satisfied with this explanation?
No, I didn't say that. I'm satisfied with the explanation. I'm not satisfied where all the 3.7 went.
Well, later in the presentation, we'll show you again the same financial summaries that start with the resources and show the uses. And there is $3.7 million of operating, of ongoing resources are being used for one-time purposes in the proposed budget.
And that's the number you're questioning?
No. Let me make sure I can get this clear. Let me try it one more time.
You said no.
No. The 3.7 totals my 1.3 and my 2.4, okay? It went all into a pot for the reserve, okay? My point is it could be used for something other than that. I'm not questioning the number. I'm questioning the use.
It's the use, okay.
And part of that use so that we don't have to put a property tax to those outside our city service area. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Right. So staff has that statement. Can understand that, okay? Mm-hmm. All right.
And just so I can be clear, these are recommendations, and at the end of this presentation, there is a list of items that the council has already raised that there may be some interest, and certainly the $3.7 million would be a place where you could go to identify funding for some of those items.
So your point has been made. Is everybody smiling at that, or is everybody?
Because we're going to argue. Yeah.
Okay, so can you ask yours now? Is it within this realm? All right. Bill?
Okay. We're talking about.
We're actually not there yet. We're there.
No, we're not. No,
We didn't cover the supplemental slide yet.
I'm only in supplementals. That's where you stop. You want to wait?
No, I can go. I mean, I'm just letting you know we haven't actually made the presentation on supplementals, but you can start asking questions
When I
before
saw
that.
summary, I figured we were.
No, this is the summary, and then we'll give you the
Let's
detail.
Just keep it like we're supposed to do it. Let's
Alrighty.
not backtrack. So he'll still have his moment.
They're written down, so I won't forget them.
2 or 3. Okay, go
So
ahead.
in terms of the supplementals recommended, there's $3.4 million in ongoing supplementals recommended, and I do need to make a correction on this slide. It all added to 21, and I didn't go back to check the details. It's not 6 police officers, it's 5 police officers and 1 sergeant to make a patrol squad. And I left off of this list the right-of-way superintendent that is recommended. It was recommended in March, and it's shown on the schedules that are attached. So the other positions included are the fire positions for the ambulance program, a police assistant based on the feedback received on March 20th, 2 telecommunication operators, the development agreement coordinator, the conversion of part-time dollars to 2 full-time recreation coordinators, and then the use of a city employee instead of a contractor for the court security, plus that right-of-way superintendent. And we'll walk a little bit more through those supplementals in a moment. And then there's an additional $6.1 million in one-time supplementals. So with those positions, this shows you our current projection of positions per 1,000 population. This year's budget, we're at 7.01 positions. With these positions added, plus the ones in the enterprise fund recommendations, we would be at 7.10 positions.
Are we still on supplemental?
Yeah, I was going to just quickly, we're not going to go through the entire list of supplementals, but to try to give the viewers and you the sense of what's in here. There are a number of supplementals that will enhance or add to community services, the police squad and police assistants, the city taking over the cost of operating the library, plus extending the hours of that, the ambulance program. There is a summer recreation program added. There's a sidewalk gap program. But the self-help center at the municipal court is included. Some of these were items that were not in the prior list. In terms of delivering capital projects and in terms of supporting the development of our community, there is the additional project management services for the fire stations, that development agreement coordinator, temporary positions in development services and engineering to keep up with the workloads of the development activity. And not included in March 20th, but discussed at a work session since that time, is the recommendation for economic development impact fee reduction program at $2 million, which would be used over 2 years. Economic development would continue to fine-tune that program based on what is ultimately approved in the budget. There are costs to maintain our existing infrastructure, rental, grader to do shoulder maintenance, Bullard wash, and some of those increasing costs to maintain landscaping and keeping the lights on. There are things to meet contractual obligations and to pay for ongoing operations. Every year we have increases in things like the jail costs and other services that we contract with from others. Mentioned earlier the cost of the software licenses and maintenance of hardware. There are some projects that we've already started and then we're continuing on. There was a multi-year project to add security, that changed the security system out in city buildings, and that this will be the last year of funding for that. And we have a contractual obligation with regard to paying for some meters in the right-of-way. There are safety, training, and efficiencies in here. Digital evidence system, many systems to replacing existing systems, making employees and our work more efficient, sanitizers for the aquatic facility. Oops, I think that one went too. Okay, there we go. So if you want to, if you want to stop to talk about supplementals before we go on to CIP, we can do that.
I can tell by the body language. So who's first? Bill.
Okay. So it was hard to determine. So I don't know the answer to the question, although I think I know it. Did any of the departments see a decrease in their base budget?
Bill, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
Did any of the departments realize a decrease in their base budget?
The city manager's office had a small decrease in their base.
You just turned yourself off.
Yep. And I do not recall off the top of my head of any other general fund departments that had a decrease in their base budget.
City clerk for elections.
Oh, well, that's not their, city clerk has, several departments have reductions because one-time items are no longer in their budget. So when I use the term-based budget, I'm referring to their ongoing budget.
Same one I'm using. Yep.
That's, to the best of my recollection, that's the department that has come in below its base budget.
So is that question answered, Bill?
It is hard to see in the Schedule 3 because what's in the Schedule 3 includes the personal services increase in next year's budget, so it's not easy to compare side by side.
Correct. And, I'm looking at the difference between actual FY16 and projected FY18 in the manager's office, for example. It's $400,000 increase. So I don't want to go line by line because obviously a lot of it is tied up in personnel and whatnot. And but just a generic observation about base budgeting that I don't know that we all necessarily you all do. I don't know that we all do. If I can put my Southern hat on for a second. Is that okay, Wally?
Sure.
You all, we all.
That's everybody.
Yeah. When the base budget scenario drives the use it or lose it mentality. So if every year you use up all your base budget, you're virtually guaranteed to get that exact same base budget next year. So if we're talking about internal efficiencies, and I think that, some of the things we've talked about with lean and some of the other things, they're time efficiencies, which I think if you could probably extrapolate that, it probably comes out to maybe a savings position down the road. But the whole concept of base budgeting and just looking at that creates a challenge when we try to find the efficiency piece. So if we're not really realizing changes to the base budget as far as a decrease goes, the first 15 slides of your presentation tonight haven't really solved this is what we're trying to do piece. Now, if you're managing that all year long, which is what you indicate with your quarterly meetings, I think you said.
We do monthly reviews of department expenditures and revenues.
So, that may help drive it, but I think at the end of the day, I just want to raise a yellow flag and say just cautiously we have to be careful about standing tall on the base budget concept. So that's more of a statement than a question. The first question I have is the MOUs that we talked about. When do those come up? When do they expire and come up for renegotiation?
Mayor, council member, the MOUs expire. The FY18 is the last of the 3-year agreement.
So we'll start negotiating this fiscal year.
Correct.
Okay. Before we start negotiating, I would like to have a meeting with the management staff and talk about what our limits are before we get into negotiation. Last time we got into a negotiation and we were basically given, here's what you got. It was a up or down. There was no discussion, and I think we need to set limits before we get into negotiations with our represented staff. There were a couple of items personally, but I remember collectively we had some serious concerns about that I think we should address. We do that with any negotiation. We sit down with the attorney and we say, these are the limits in which we're giving you to negotiate, but we don't do that when we talk about labor negotiations. So I don't know if anyone else agrees with that, but I'd certainly like to see that happen in the FY18 process, as long as MOUs came up tonight.
I see a, I don't know. I see a no. I see a yeah. So
I just got a question of the attorney. Is that okay?
on this,
Yeah.
on this. All right, attorney.
Just general. Is this something that typically we would be involved in? I don't know, because I've never been involved in these things, personally.
The answer is yes, you could set the parameters for the negotiation.
That's all I need to know.
Now, I'm not talking about negotiating the contract.
No, you're not. You just want to know the process.
Right, but I am saying that if we, just as an example, there was a lot of heartburn over the trigger, the revenue trigger issue. If we don't want a revenue trigger issue in any of the contracts, we need to say that before they go to the table. Then after, when it's all done, because we don't have the authority to say, well, they liked everything but that one part. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Very high level. What is it that what are we comfortable with? What are we not comfortable with? And I don't think it's a very long discussion, but it's certainly an appropriate discussion before we send staff into a negotiation on something that we're going to have to approve.
I think they're
okay.
All right.
All right. So that's that one. The recommended positions. Is this the right time to talk about all of them?
Right. Yeah, because I don't want to get out.
We're talking about the operating budget supplementals. So
okay.
we just haven't moved into the CIP yet, but all the supplementals.
All right. I just want to make sure I wasn't going to get off kilter. So the first one on Schedule 11 is a development agreement coordinator. And obviously I was the only one who said it and no one looked up or nodded. My challenge was, can we create any of these positions without increasing the size of our staff? That didn't happen as we get the draft budget tonight. So
you mean blending 2 jobs and 1 person?
Nope. Just, can we find an efficiency, through attrition? We're not going to use this position, but we're going to use it to create one of these new ones and repurpose. That's a better way to say it. So
what are you looking at?
Well, now here's my first question. The development agreement coordinator. That's a new position for finance. We all remember Sheila Mills. We sat here every year and heard from Sheila. She was the CFD administrator. Sheila retired. There's no CFD administrator in the org chart. There's no CFD administrator listed. What happened to her job?
Contracted out.
Mayor, council member, we reorganized in the finance department and brought that responsibility into the general accounting area. And so we are continuing to provide the services to the CFDs, but we're trying to do it more efficiently by distributing the CFD activities over the right levels of staff so that we don't just have a single level of staff performing in that program only.
That's perfect, exactly. But we still have a full-time an FTE that we didn't eliminate an FTE in last fiscal year. So now we're talking about there's a full-time position somewhere, and now we're talking about adding another full-time position in that particular area. So that's my first question is, what happened to the FTE, and could that be this FTE? Does that make sense? Does the question make sense?
Yeah, I thoroughly understand the question.
Somebody come up and address this.
Through that reclassification process, we went through and hired a position, and a body has been hired and put into what used to be the CFD manager has been reclassified into an accounting supervisor position, and we have fully staffed in the accounting department, so it does not have an empty position.
So it's gone.
So we created a new position.
No, we still have 10 CFDs that still have to be administered. We're just doing them in a different, more efficient manner.
Right, but the FTE was reclassified.
Correct.
And given a new A new title.
Correct.
Repurposed. I'm gonna say outside of this budget process. Obviously, once you guys get the blessing, you can do whatever you want with it. But from council perspective, Sheila retires, we repurpose, we don't know anything about it until we ask the question tonight. So now we have a new request for this. And I think we all know
I just
why.
want to make sure that you're not saying that you need your permission before they repurpose something essentially to cut cost, essentially. And so is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is if we are going to take a position and repurpose it for something else, we should probably at least just be informed
All right.
that
Ben,
it happened.
You have not said that before, and I agree with you. So I think that's where we're at, that it would be nice to have the,
Correct. Now I can say we eliminated this position, we created a new one, look at this efficiency we've got, and now we all know why we need a development agreement coordinator because we've been
Now, I don't know if we were ever told something like this because.
So,
when we,
yeah,
go ahead.
Mayor, members of the council, when we go through and the audit committee, this has come up the last 2 years on repurposing positions. We do provide that information at that time. That's generally around September, I want to say, as far as all the positions that we have repurposed. And then also with the cost implications, we've actually, the last 2 years of doing that, have saved money, which we've been able to show that. But that's where that shows up. We don't do it every time we do a repurpose unless it's something kind of perhaps a higher level. But that's where we do that.
So to serve the council so we don't have frustration like this, when frustrations are expressed like this, it almost sounds like deception. Okay? So deception. So Bill's looking at this, and to him it doesn't look right. It looks like, I don't know the word without being cruel and using word. I'm just saying it's probably, and you did give it to us when you talked about it. So, and like I've told you before, we all forget. It's a lot of information. I don't know how that we could prevent this the next time of having a little sentence or a little ad, or just like you're doing the other one, you're giving out, told council this on this such a date. I know it's a pain, but in the presentations or something, so this doesn't happen. When we do them, when we repurpose, just bring it back up again.
I think that's a bullet.
I know
to
it's like Dick
efficiency.
and Jane books when nobody knows what that was, but that was when we were in school and we had to learn about Spot and Jane, and everything was very simple. When I move the ball, and we've gotten to that way in this council. We sometimes have to present some of this stuff in a very simple way because we do not remember all the presentations and what they've said. And tonight, a couple times, maybe 3 or 4 times, it's been brought up. I mean, and we can build that on our ineptness, or we can build it on we need to constantly have reaffirm information.
Well, Mayor, I just think Bill was trying to find out if we could put someone as this administrator in an existing position without adding a new employee position. Because those of us that just finished the campaign, we have been hit with how we're growing the personnel in this city. They don't care that our city's getting bigger.
But in fact, they didn't do that.
Well,
that's the
no, and I think that's what Bill was asking. He was thinking that the position that we now know is filled, that we didn't know was filled, could have been used and repurposed for this development agreement person. And I'm assuming the development agreement person is the person that's supposed to look after all the contracts and IGAs that we have, keep track of them, and tell us when they're going to expire or that sort of thing. And I think that's what he was trying to do. Weren't you, Bill? Sort of?
In Mayor, members of the council, that's the first thing we do as a department is go through to see if we do have the capacity on staff to do this. And the request would not come forward if it were not for the fact that we do not have the capacity to do it. And it is a very large, financially significant, important piece that's kind of just sitting there that needs to be addressed. And we looked internally, and we've been trying to manage it internally with the staff on hand, and it gets to the point where we have to request a position, and that's when it comes forward.
Doug, I don't disagree with the position of all of the staff positions that we're requesting. This is probably the, I don't want to say the most logical, but that's what I was going to say. The problem with the issue is staff does all this work and then they bring it, and then if we don't ask questions, we are essentially a rubber stamp to everything that goes on, and the public doesn't understand what I can talk to somebody for an hour about development agreements and about the need for the position. That's easy. But it's what did you do with the other ones? Nobody cares about how many employees per 1,000 there are. And I remember as being on staff when we had the matrix study that was done, the very first staff argument against the study was body count per 1,000 is irrelevant. And we have that same discussion. We compare ourselves to the city of Avondale. The city of Avondale in geography is half the square miles that we are. And at one point they were 20 or 30,000 more people, but they had less body count. It's irrelevant. If you've got 200 square miles and 220,000 more road miles to do, you're going to have a bigger streets department. I mean, it's just logical. But the population can be small. So I think when we talk about positions, it's not a matter of, well, we do a good job and you should just trust us. I think we need to have some information that moves that forward, that allows us to stand there in the ice cream aisle and defend the position. And that's all on this one. And then I've got the other position that I've got to a very similar question on is the right-of-way superintendent. Looking at the organizational charts that were provided tonight for Parks and Recreation Department, we're asking for a right-of-way superintendent. That superintendent is going to supervise 6 people, one of which is already a supervisor.
Coming up for this.
No,
Nathan Torres.
So while Nathan's coming up, I understand that our right-of-way program is pretty significant, especially since we're making a pretty big financial investment. I'm just wondering about where are we really spending our resources, and do we need a superintendent over 6 people?
That's a great question. The superintendent actually will help us address the span of control for the entire Parks Department. As you recall, currently the current structure has one Parks superintendent that has about 20 direct reports. That's probably more than any in the city. So what this additional position does is allow us to work on that span of control for the Parks Department, split up those duties to help address the span of control issues. The other thing it does is we spend about $500,000 a year with Mariposa and the maintenance agreements for the right-of-ways. And that contract needs additional oversight. That's a big dollar amount, and this position will help us monitor that contract to make sure that we're getting the most out of that contract that we deserve. In addition, the Perryville cruise, this position will also oversee the Perryville cruise. And that's another program in and of itself. And so it's not just the number of bodies that can basically justify this position, it's the number of programs and contracts that this position would be responsible for.
So does a Parks Worker 3 not supervise a Parks Worker 2 and a Parks Worker 1?
That is correct. They do, but those are all non-exempt employees. And so right now on the park side, we have one exempt manager, and that's the superintendent level. Everything underneath that is non-exempt staff. And so, we're a 7-day-a-week operation, calls on the weekends. It's a lot for one exempt staff to manage.
Okay.
Thank you, but I think that's real. Belk, that's good. You asked the question. It's a great explanation. It's a worthy and worthwhile position, and I appreciate that. Sherry?
Can I just follow up on Bill's question?
Sure.
I appreciate the fact that we're looking at these positions, because we don't always know what gets repurposed and what's but this is an area we do obviously need extra supervision. I think it goes to what Joe has beat the drum over and over and over again, that we need to make sure we have the people in place who are trained, especially to supervise, to make sure we don't have problems in the future. Because I know this is an area we've had some concerns before, and if the supervisor is trained, hopefully that will alleviate some of those concerns.
It is without a doubt a big area of responsibility. It's tough to quantify with just the number of staff that exists within that division.
To have the go-to person to monitor all that and kind of keep an eye on that.
Sure.
Because that's a lot of different crews they're supervising. So I think I appreciate the explanation. I appreciate Bill bringing it forward so we could have that explanation.
Nathan, thank you.
Wait, I got another one
Yes.
for Nathan.
Oh, you want another one for Nathan?
So I asked the question earlier, how many part-time positions are we converting to full-time? The request is for 2 full-time, 2 recreation programmers.
Correct. So the request is to convert 2 part-time, full-time recreation specialist positions. These positions are working 35 to 40 hours a week now. Because of that trigger and with the new work legislation, we are paying benefits to these employees as well. And so the request before you tonight is to convert those 2 part-time, full-time positions into full-time capacity. And because of that, there is cost savings that would be used for that conversion.
Okay, and how is there cost savings in that if they're working the 40 hours and we're paying their benefits? Where's the cost savings at?
Rather, there's an increased cost, but rather than asking for the cost to fund 2 full positions, which typically would have been $140,000, $150,000, because we're converting 2 existing part-time positions that we're already covering benefits for, I think the difference is only $70,000.
Yeah, the difference is $84,000.
$83,900.
So it's really not a cost savings; it's just a cost shifting.
Correct.
And the increase of the $84,000. Okay, but the number of hours worked, et cetera, that answers the question, which I quite honestly would have appreciated the answer that way earlier instead of the answer that we ended up getting.
We got
given
that.
to us tonight. We didn't get it that way tonight.
No, I said we got that.
Okay.
That was your concern.
All right. Thank you, Nathan. The other question that I have regarding personnel positions is we have set in motion the bringing on of an ambulance, which is 7 people. We know that that process is going to take a great deal of time and may or may not even occur in this fiscal year. So assuming the worst case scenario, and it doesn't come on this year, there will be
7 people.
Yeah, 7 people. The numbers aren't making sense to me, but it looks like 1.1 million.
Can we define the numbers? So we can clear that up,
let me
please?
give you the factual numbers. There's $62,300 in ongoing costs, and that's just a training period for the new positions coming on. And then there's $1,053,500 in one-time expenses, such as buying the ambulances and the other equipment that would go along with the operations.
Okay, so there's no personnel costs in that?
There's just the first, I believe it was 6 weeks of training of personnel costs that would be, so just paying those people for the initial training period, hiring them, getting them in here and getting them trained so they would be ready to go into service on July 1. We didn't put the full costs because then the next year the program would have revenue to offset those ongoing costs. So we didn't do what we typically do and show a full year's worth of cost for the positions that would be coming on late in the year because of the revenue that would help offset their cost in the next year for the full year.
So if the skies parted and the sun shined and we were able to sign a contract and start this thing on July 15th, we'd have a whole year worth of salaries to pay. That's not necessarily accounted for, but we're going to bank on the revenue side. Is that what I heard you say?
Mayor, council member, yes. If somehow we were able to obtain ambulances and all that equipment and start into service on July 14th, we would have to find a way to fund the difference between the revenues that would be coming in and the positions. We'd also have some additional one-time costs associated with the lost revenue that we wouldn't experience in the first year. So it would be a very different financial scenario if this program moved forward substantially earlier than July 1 of 18.
Oh, so the anticipation is this is actually July 1 of 18, not
Correct.
Of calendar 18, not fiscal year 18.
Correct. It would be fiscal year 19.
That'd be
The first day of fiscal year 19 is when we would anticipate actually entering into providing the service.
Got it. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Now, it does not take away my question. There's $62,300, which I assume is salaries for the contract administrator or monitor or things which are
No, it's actually, it would be the training for the 3 MTs, 3 medics, and then obviously part of the contract monitor as well.
Okay.
Yes.
So but that's basically salary money that goes in the personnel services
it's
line,
the ongoing
correct?
monies. Yes.
Okay. So is there any way of carving that money out so it doesn't just get sucked up into the personnel services side? And the reason that I ask this question, and we've been asking for the last 3 or 4 years about the amount of public safety overtime being spent, and that's a gift of $62,000 of free money because personnel money is personnel money. We don't care. So is there any way that we can?
Yes, sir. I can certainly find a way to do that. We can put it into a contingency and not move it over to the fire department budget until the item is actually approved by council, or I can put it in a line item within the fire department and not allow expenditures against that in some kind of a unique line item and monitor that throughout the year rather than put it into the actual personal services line items. So there are ways we could monitor and assure no expenditure of those funds for other than the intended purpose.
I would think that if we're approving a budget that has these specific things and the intended purpose is the ambulance, that we don't want the money spent on anything but the ambulance stuff. So, and I realize it's only $62,000 out of I don't know, what's your budget? $12 million? $16 million. 62 grand isn't a whole lot of money, but I think the intent and the demonstration that we're not just throwing money around is important. And obviously the same thing with the entire 1.1 million. I don't know how everybody else feels, but
Joe?
Just a quick follow up. You're going to create another section for this anyway, aren't you? You have the fire, you have the department, but then you have various subsections within the department, right?
The divisions, yes.
Yeah, divisions. So you're going to create another division for this anyway for it to be tracked, I would assume, right?
We could, that is certainly an option that we have, is to create a separate accounting organization for the ambulance program. And we could easily do that and not allow expenditures in that program until
that's
the
what I would
council
suggest.
has approved.
Yeah, that would suggest to track it. Do it
Makes
that way.
sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Did everybody hear this? Rest of you? I see nodding heads.
Makes sense.
Yeah, Sherry has a follow-up with it.
Since we have the chief up there, are you for fire? Are you done with fire? Or?
No, I got one more, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Follow up 2 things with regard to the ambulance. If we're starting in assuming we're starting in 2019, fiscal year 18, but
fiscal year 19,
fiscal year 19. 18 calendar year. So if people are watching, that would be next July.
Next July. Year from July.
I think it's a little confusing when you go 18, 19. So in approximately a little over a year from now, let's say that's our start date. When would we be purchasing the ambulances and hiring the crews?
We would probably start the recruitment process sometime right after the calendar year change, with the anticipation of bringing them on about 45 days prior to the start of July 1st. That's kind of what our neighbors have told us how they've hired. Purchasing of the ambulances would probably come once we get a full understanding of where we are in the CON process. We certainly wouldn't purchase those prior to that being approved.
No, we don't want to buy them ahead of time.
No. So we would anticipate probably about 5 months out we'll have to talk to our vendors to see what their lead time is.
Okay, that's what my curiosity was. And then let's say something happens and it gets delayed for whatever reason, then this money can be just carried over till next year for that process, if there's any delay whatsoever.
Correct. The one-time funds could be carried over to the subsequent year, and we would just rebudget for the salaries in the next year.
Okay. And then with regard, my other question for you, Chief, is the paramedic training course. I think it was like 26,200 was what was asked for. We all said that's probably a good idea to get it started at the last meeting, but then when I see it here, it's 13,100. Do we know why it went half?
This is the paramedic training course?
Yeah. I was looking for the March 20th notes, which are under my meth here.
The ongoing for the 13,000 would be their stipends that the medics receive for being paramedics and holding that certification. That's in agreement with their MOU. So for two medics, that would be about $6,200, I think. So it comes out to just roughly around $13,000.
Okay, because I thought it was originally 20.
That's the ongoing.
26,200 was in that spot.
There is this funds, and correct me if I'm wrong, this funds training 8 paramedics. 2 would be an increase in the current count of paramedics allowed in the current staffing, and that's what would cost $13,000 is to pay their additional pay. The other 8 would come online on July of next year.
Okay.
And their additional pay increase would be funded with the EMR station staffing. So this is all that needs to be funded.
Okay, just so it's not like it's cut. It's just half this year, then half with EMR comes on, which will be the next year.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure the numbers were different on that one. Thank you.
Sure.
Bill?
Okay, so the behavioral health line that there it is, behavioral health services. The information that we saw said that this is to treat current members.
Yep.
Circumstances.
Yeah, so
repeat that again.
It's to treat current members. I don't want to say illness, but whatever behavioral health issues that they have. Is that's correct?
Yes. So if I may, we received a grant from the Assistance to Firefighters program through the federal government last year, $36,000 to bring in a behavioral health specialist just for our employees, for fire employees, total, both sworn and non-sworn. And we had one physician that applied for the grant and as a subject matter expert. So she came into the department last year, and we had a lot of successful outcomes from her being here. One, creating more of a resilient organization, dealing with the stresses that the firefighters see on a daily basis, but also assisting them through how dealing with those traumas, and then how to create solutions in self-care for themselves. But then also she created a training plan for our peer support team, so our own internal members to kind of help out our employees, as well as getting them certified. So what we are looking to do is continue that program because we had such good success, and we had 36% of our organization go and see her on a one-on-one basis for counseling. And we're looking to continue that program on for the next year. So we had asked for the 20 or some odd $1,000 to bring her back out for between 3 and 4 weeks time frame.
Osborne, you have anything to respond on that one?
Did that answer your question, Councilman?
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay, so he answered what it is. This sounds as though it's got workers' compensation benefits to it, or a connection to workers' compensation?
No, it doesn't. We've kind of worked with HR and workman's comp and also the EAP program. One of the concerns with Cigna would be that she would have to become an EAP provider, and she actually lives in Austin, Texas. So obviously, it's very difficult for her to become an EAP provider, take phone calls all the time. She deals strictly with military, PD, fire, and EMS agencies. She doesn't do any civilian work. She's been in this business for over 25 years, dealing strictly with just first responders and military personnel. While it does assist us, the mental health component, I think, has really shown a big benefit for the department. It is not linked directly to EAP or workman's comp.
Okay.
So can I follow up on that?
Yes, Joanne?
Sure.
I'm just wondering, because it does sound very beneficial. And,
It is.
and I would question the same thing. Isn't there a workman's comp type of scenario there? How can we, if this could be done for police, is this something that your two departments could come together that benefits all of public safety? Because I can see the benefit for both departments and that entity. And so I appreciated you saying that, but that was a great start to see how it would help our staff, but I also see where it could be beneficial for both sides. Maybe Chief Geyer, you already have something that for PD, but I'm just curious about that. That was my follow-up.
That was my next and
Why
final
don't I give you
question.
an opportunity?
Don't go far, Paul.
Okay.
Haven't
Don't
had
go
my
away.
turn yet.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So to answer your question, we don't have that exact program in PD. We have EAP through the city. We have a program called Bulletproof, which we worked with HR to incorporate, which provides services for our employees. And we have a peer counseling group in-house. But Chief Louise and I have had some discussions about possibly next year looking at some type of partnership for this program.
Okay. Now, would that replace someone in-house, or would that, as far as what you've been doing so far?
It would be probably an additional program for us.
Right.
Yes.
But it would be a city psychologist.
All right. Go ahead.
If that's something we're looking to maybe do, is that again something we should have a plan B in the budget so that if the two departments decide to work together with this provider, we want to make sure we have it budgeted somewhere? Is that something we can look to make sure we have the funds to cover? I would not guess, but I assume if one department's $20,000, then it should be $40,000 for both, or maybe I don't know. But is that something we could look at to have that plan B in there if that's something that we'd like to try sometime in the fiscal year?
Yeah, we could do that. Sure, we could work something out and talk about that. Absolutely.
I'm looking at the city manager.
Well, I'm looking at the budget growing. So that's as you say these
we were
things,
all looking at each other.
I see our numbers growing. So
what I would suggest is we will follow up on this and find out if there can be economies of scale by combining. So we'll talk to both chiefs and also budget office to see if there's something we need to bring back as part of the tentative budget.
Wally?
Well, I was just looking, I was going to ask, on your police budget, you don't have any for behavioral, or there's no ongoing money, but you have $10,000 budgeted one time in the supplemental. So
That is actually something different. That is for behavioral health response to calls for service for our officers.
got it. Okay, well, we want to leave that alone.
Yes, we do.
Is what I was going to say, because it's not the same. And then I'd like to see that if fire has 20 for the behavioral health, you too, and then perhaps the lady from Austin could come instead of, what does she come, 3 weeks? Maybe she could come 5 weeks or 6 weeks and do all of y'all together, or twice a year. I just think that's it's so important because of the stress in both of your jobs is not something that we see every day. And I think behavioral health is very, very important, not only for our officers, but for their families. So anything we can do to help on that end, I'm all in for it.
Bill?
I have one more.
Is this for the chief?
Nope.
Okay, chief, thank you so much.
And I don't even know if it's a question, to be honest with you. There's $754,000 of one-time money in engineering for various temporary positions. At some point in time, I'm imagining this is going to turn into some full-time positions, or there's got to be an economy in there. That's an awfully big number. That's $750,000 in temporary work.
Mm-hmm.
I know we've talked about project engineers for fire stations. I don't want to repeat my overall concern for that, but in reading the 99 questions that were sent after the March 20th work session, one of them, somebody else addressed that and said we're going to be building 3 fire stations at one time, which I'm assuming we're going to talk about the CIP stuff, so I'm going to come back to that later, so we don't do it now, but $754,000 of one-time money going for temporary work, I think should be a red flag for all of us to be looking at for either the rest of this year or for next year, if we're approving that. Thank you for entertaining me.
You're welcome. All right, let's.
Mike, I just have a
one
quick.
more and we're gonna
I've been
go
waiting
on,
for Bill
okay?
to finish, and I just want to comment. I do have a concern hiring a project manager for the 2 fire stations. We've not done it before, and we've built fire stations in this city. I am not in favor of that particular part, and I was very surprised to see it in. But, when we have these budget presentations, we talk about stuff, and stuff magically appears in the budget that I wasn't sure we really wanted to see all in there. But I really have a concern with that. We either hire a full-time project manager for less than that and put a new one on staff, or use the existing ones we have. I just don't see it. And that adds to the expense of building those stations too.
All right, thank you. Rebecca Zook will address that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will attempt to sort of answer all of the questions, plus this evening we've talked about projects with the project managers and when we kick those off. I think it's a more comprehensive answer to give you in that ultimately we cannot start all projects, of course, on July 1 of a given fiscal year. And we do a resource plan across all of our project managers with all of the projects that have been approved, understanding that some of the prior years also get carried over because maybe they don't start until May. We also work with our procurement office and finance to make sure that we roll those projects out to them in a metered way, because ultimately they only have a few staff that handle all of our contracts. Those contracts we work with them on could go anywhere from 30 days to 90 days to kick off a project. So essentially, we look at the entire 12 months of a year and look at when we initiate projects and programs across that. And then again, I've been up here a couple times talking about how many projects can a given project manager do. And it really ranges from about, I'm going to say 4 or 5 up to 7 or 8. It's dependent upon the complexity of the project, where the project is in the process. We can't, it's similar to a waitress when you seat a table. You can't bring 8 families into 8 tables at one given time and give those all to one project manager. We essentially have to, maybe there are 2 projects that go into procurement. Those come out on the other end. They go into design. We start 2 more projects that go into procurement for that project manager. That first set goes into construction. And so we're looking at their time allotted for each of those items, facets of a project, and really put them across and make sure their time is used wisely on each of them. They're not overburdened and overstressed, and we're getting the very best out of them. I understand the questions about the fire station and whether or not we have a project manager specific to that. This idea, again, whether it's 2 or 3 fire stations, was not programmed in our 10-year CIP except later in the process. We're trying to look at how those are being moved up along with the rec center and trying to look at what our project managers are working on and make sure that we're not overburdening each one of them, but essentially that we're getting good management, good skilled management across all of our projects.
Yeah, follow up on that. Thank you for Rebecca. I appreciate that, and I appreciate Wally bringing it up. It was actually one of my questions in my 20, and I think that part of, again, what we all have issue with sometimes is we're not in it day to day like you guys are, and so when I saw that, my first response was, what are we building right now besides thinking about the rec center and the park and all that? What are we actually, and what projects are out there? And after building my building, knowing, just across the valley how many projects a single project manager does, that's what are we doing? Why do we need another, 2 bodies to handle 3 fire stations? So I think sometimes, it's in that detail that we're missing and not understanding, well, what else is this person doing in this position? And so I respect the questions, and it's good that people are asking them, because others of us are thinking it, and it just doesn't always, surface. And so I appreciate, giving some of that information out there, because, we just don't see it on a day-to-day basis.
As long as you said that, it's asking the question, I will say to this council, sometimes the way you ask the question, the facial expressions and the words you're giving are sometimes unacceptable. So I'm just going to put it out tonight. I really like all the questions that were asked tonight, but I didn't like always the way it was asked. And so if you could be sitting out there looking at us, sometimes it's not acceptable. So, but as far as the quality tonight, it was great. We got a lot of things. Sherry, we're not done, by the way.
Since we have Rebecca up here, I've got a couple for you on your little section there.
Wait, is this on the fire station?
It's on the temporary, the positions, because you said there were 785.
Yeah, I was.
Still fire?
One thing about the fire
let's go
station.
back and get this
just so we
finished.
don't, and we'll finish that.
Go ahead, Bill.
I made the statement on the 20th about the about Station 184 being the design build that we did not have a project manager for, and it is probably one of the finest facilities we have. I just challenge us to think about the design build process for the couple of other stations. Mm-hmm. And I realize the construction industry changes every year, and that was built back in, the middle to late 2000s. So I think there's ways around it besides just throwing money after the process. So I guess I just ask that we consider building at least one of them in that fashion if we can't, because I think the needs for the EMR station and the needs for the 181 station are going to be different. So it's just something to consider. There's ways I think we can make these buildings more affordable, and I'm not sure how we're going about it, and we're certainly being kept out of the details. So just food for thought. Thanks, Sherry.
I don't want to jump in. Are you okay?
Go ahead.
A couple things that were brought up, I think, last time that when we're looking at that $754,000, just so the public's kind of clear on it. My understanding is the Bullard Wash maintenance is actually something that's yearly. Am I right? So it's not really a one-time, but it kind of is one time every year.
Thank you, Mayor and Council Member. The last 2 or 3 years, it's been $200,000 that we've had. This year, it's $100,000, and I think I mentioned that in one of the times I came up to respond is that whatever amount of money you will provide us, we are going to expend that on this maintenance, which is part of a contractual obligation we have with the flood control district. So whether we do a half a mile or a quarter of a mile, we are going to do the very best with those funds to maintain it in the way that it is agreed to through the contract. So,
but that shows up pretty much every year. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So and so people just think all of a sudden there's an extra 100,000 in there. That's something we follow through every year.
Absolutely.
And then my other question is, if you could explain, and this is mostly so the public knows, because I think when you start looking at these positions, you start thinking, and people might take it as, oh, we're just adding a lot of people and adding for a temporary position. We're adding temporary inspectors or temporary. Because we've got a temporary inspector too, and then it's temporary inspector civil engineers. What is the savings by using a temporary inspector? Because I think the public needs to know that there's a difference than adding an actual full-time position.
Right. And here's what I'll just speak to what all municipalities dealt with over the last 10 years. Where in the 2004 and 5 and 6 timeframe when we had an enormous amount of staff and then we had the downturn in the economy, I think we all went through a process that we don't want to ever have to go through again, which was laying off employees and determining how do we address the situation where we don't have as much work on the development side. And so I have, from that experience, learned that I will never come before council and ask for a full-time person until I can prove up that I can have work for that person 24, 36, 48 months into the future. And right now, I can't tell you that about the work that I have. And so with that, we've come before you with contract employees because we want to look at all of our process, make sure that we use all of our staff to their utmost. Again, we've talked a lot about lean. We have been able to lean out process and repurpose certain positions so that I wouldn't have to come before you and ask for full-time people. I intend to do that in the project management area as well as inspections. And because of those reasons, I'm not asking for full-time employees.
And we don't pay benefits for those, right? Or do we pay benefits?
We do.
So
it's some medical
There are contract employees that are through another firm, but then there are also temporary city employees, and temporary city employees are receive benefits with the exception of vacation.
Is there anything else that we need to hear? Yeah.
Other than that, there is some leave that's now required by state law.
So essentially, they're eligible for ASRS retirement based on the number of hours they work, as well as Lori mentioned, some of the new leave laws they'll be eligible for.
The new what?
Leave, sick leave.
Oh, sick leave.
Yeah,
okay.
For part-timers.
All right, now don't go away because I can see questions. So I'm going to start with Joe first, and then I'll go to you, Bill.
And did you mention? No, this one's for you, Lori.
Oh,
is the in focus the what we had talked about on the in focus, the money in the in here?
The in focus will be at the end of the presentation.
Okay.
It's one of the items the council may want to consider.
I didn't even.
I got on the wrong page.
Well, you know what?
Gee whiz. Joe, stop.
I've been in here 4 hours,
Get
so
Bill's
I
question
get a little
answered
punchy.
first.
No
Come
fair.
up and answer Bill's question first.
gotcha.
I would have never recognized you if I knew you were going to go off site. All right.
4 hours.
Yeah, off site.
You're
Don't
done.
even tell him. Don't give me an excuse.
I know.
Go
Don't
ahead.
get you started.
So, are these people actually employees or are they contractors?
The people that they're talking about, and we have both. We have contractors and we also have employees. So these are temporary employees who are working 40 hours a week. Therefore, they qualify for some benefits, but not all benefits.
So, yeah, why aren't we making them full-time employees then? Because at some point it doesn't make sense. I was under the impression that we were hiring the ABC engineering firm for them to provide us with some contractors to do this work. I mean, this is what I do for a living. So if there's a way for me to get a benefit, I'd sure like to know about it.
Can I jump in real quick? So we do a variety of things. As an example, we, through an on-call process, we hire an engineer to come in and help us do plan review. She's working for a completely different engineering firm and gets all of her benefits through that, and we pay her a contracted hourly rate. We also hire as an example, contract project managers through another firm, say ABC firm. They pay all of the benefits, and they, instead of just working hour by hour, like the one engineer example, these people actually sit in our office and work 40 hours a week. But again, we don't pay any benefits for them. Then we have the other example that Lyman has referenced, which is a true contract temporary employee where we go out and we hire them for a year, and they are then somewhat of an employee, but only contracted for 1 year at a time. So again, we don't have a full-time employee, and we could end that at any time during the year if needs are no longer present for us to have them.
So let me rephrase it. That last employee, the city of Goodyear has a contract with John Doe, and that contract is for 1 year for X number of dollars per hour, or one lump sum.
Right.
Then there's the other one, which is the city of Goodyear has a contract with ABC firm for a set dollar amount for contracted services. The first example is the City of Goodyear has a contract with ABC or CDE engineering firm to pay hourly rate for somebody. Have I summarized that correctly? So it's only in that third component that we're talking about, the City of Goodyear having a contract that we pay benefits for.
Correct.
Okay, so is the program managers that kind of employee or that kind of a contract, or is it with another firm?
When you said program manager, the project manager?
Project managers, I'm sorry.
If you remember the last time I came up here, we talked specifically about the fire project managers, and I mentioned a rate of $87 versus $110 to $137. The $110 to $137 is the kind where we would pay the benefits. The $87 is where we do not. So the project managers we have today are through ABC or DEF, where we don't pay any benefits. They get those through their firm.
Perfect, thanks.
He's smiling. He's smiling. He just let his breath out. So let's go forward. Right now.
Okay. We're done with supplementals and moving on to the CIP?
Just keep going. Yeah.
All righty. Okay, the proposed CIP is, and this is the general government portion, so we've talked about utilities previously. There's $8.9 million in general funded projects that are not carryovers. They're either they've existed before or added projects. There's also $37.4 million in GEO bond funded projects in FY 17 through 21. In 17, we have the beginning of Fire Station 181, which we're recommending being fully bond funded, which is why 17 is referenced there. The $37.4 million does include the surface water, the surface water, $7.5 million. And there is an estimated $45 million in capacity for GEO bonds. And I'll go over that in more detail in another schedule. Thank you. There are impact fee projects in the 10-year plan that do remain underfunded, and pending the study that's that we're close to finishing the procurement process on. The reason that they're underfunded, or there's probably multiple reasons they're underfunded. One reason is what we talked earlier, that the impact fee study did not include inflation, so that those projects don't have capacity with their funding source for inflation, and that will be addressed in the study. Another reason they're underfunded is because their need actually spans perhaps 15 years of growth. Some large, a large project may, when you add that fire station, maybe it really serves 12 years of growth. And so 2 years of that may be outside the current plan and would be funded in future impact fees. And as we've mentioned earlier, and we'll look at more closely, some of the impact fee projects as they were currently proposed time-wise in the CIP require loans to those funds because they would not have the resources from the fees at the time the project would be constructed. So just kind of walk through some of the projects. You have some of the CIP schedules in the materials provided. And we tried to explain what happened with everything that was requested or that was addressed in March. Current projects in the proposed budget or the draft budget for the FY18, so this is just the first year of the CIP, include the Bullard and Van Buren intersection project, pavement management, which we have added inflation to. It's previously been $1.8 million. There is one warranted traffic signal, which also has inflation on that number.
Are we on Schedule 9?
Schedule 9, yes. Schedule 9 is next year's, yes.
Okay. I just want to be sure I'm on the right page.
There's also some sheets on the 10-year CIP as well, but yes, this would be right off
On
Schedule
this one?
9. Yep. That's Schedule 9 is your best source for this particular slide.
Okay, thank you very much.
And then there's, again, reprogramming only of the existing budget for the financial system replacement. No change in the total project budget since its inception. There are new projects that are being recommended for the general fund for next year. It includes renovating the Ziz Public Art, renovations from for the fire stations 183 and 187 per the current plans. The renovation of the existing fire station 180 fund for an alternate use, not as a fire station, but rather as a training storage type facility. There's funding for further analysis, and what we know today are the repairs that are required for the right field pavilion at the ballpark. And there is the phase 1 offsites for the 86-acre recreation campus. And I will take a moment now before we move forward to talk about, we have been using different terminology for several projects. We've referred to the 100-acre and the 86-acre recreation campus. That is, initially was 100 acres with the basis school project. That area is now 86 acres, thus the change in that. And that 86-acre refers to that entire area. Then we'll talk about a recreation center, an aquatics facility, and a 30-acre park. Those are individual projects within that 86-acre location. And eventually there'll be another larger park developed in that site, but that is not funded in the current CIP. The 30-acre park is an impact fee funded park, and it cannot exceed, it is a neighborhood park that won't exceed 30 acres in size. There are there's projects that are already in the 10-year CIP that was adopted for this year that have some changes. Those include a couple signal fiber projects that are actually providing matching funds for much larger funded projects. The Riggs Road project is continuing with the land acquisitions added. And then in the area of the public art program, we have previously been budgeting $60,000 a year as a lump sum, and we changed it to $75,000 in the last budget process in the out years. This year, we are proposing that projects be programmed with specific projects that are in the CIP that would be appropriate for art. And so you will see specific public art projects for something like a fire station, or a couple in there for the fire station and other facilities. And then in the out years, when there's not a pending art plan, it's back at the 75, or it's listed at the 75,000 a year. In terms of the 10-year CIP, the major changes are the offsites and the public art for that recreation campus. We have the goal in the CIP has been to fund $1.8 million a year for pavement management. That is essentially an asset management program, and that amount has been added in all the years. There were a couple years where we weren't quite up to the $1.8 million. And then also in the last year or two of discussing the CIP, there was an expressed desire to go to funding one warranted traffic signal each year, and that has been added in all of the years at that level. There's also the completion of the proposed work at Station 183 and ongoing improvements at City Hall. And there was one project removed from the out years in the CIP, and that was related to an irrigation improvement project that's been moved to the asset management program. And so we can walk through kind of where the financial status of where we are, unless you want to pause to ask CIP questions. Is there a preference?
Wally?
I'm asking this with a smile so I don't get in trouble.
Thank you. That's what I'm looking for. I'm going to watch everybody and each of you.
I am looking at several pieces of paper here. On the Facilities and Technology Draft Capital Improvement Program Summary, you do stipulate renovation of Fire Station 183 for $109,200. And then in 2018-19, Excuse me?
The 10 years, they're called the draft 10-year CIP. I don't know where it is.
It says facilities and technology. Somehow I got this one.
Oh, I've got it. No.
You got it? It's this one. But I had this conversation at the last meeting.
Got it.
Got it? It's a little skinny one. And I asked this same question, and I'm going to ask it again. For 2018 and 19, it says renovation of Fire Station 183, $903,500. Are we building a new fire station at 183? And I asked this, and no one had an answer for me. So I'm going to ask it again. You don't have to tell me it tonight, but I would like an answer. Because I just am not in favor of putting $900,000 in Fire Station 183. And then the renovation of Fire Station 187 is $41,600. I know it's a temporary trailer in Mobile, but can't we buy a brand new trailer for $41,000 instead of renovating a trailer we do not own?
Why don't we start with your renovation?
Did you find out about the $903,000? Because you didn't know last time.
Correct. Actually, what Mayor and Council, we took some time to meet with the fire department and assess their needs.
Could you repeat the question that you're
Sure.
answering?
We're looking at Fire Station 183. The total cost for that fire station between next year and the year after is close to $1 million, or above $1 million.
What?
It's over $1 million.
It's over $1 million.
To do what?
To renovate.
To renovate it?
Yes. So what we did is we met with the fire department staff again and went over the scope of the project. At their request, we looked at all the different components of the fire station that were being requested to replace and or improve at that facility. We revisited all those items and found that the budget would be realistic for the we're looking at close to a 20-year fire station, and 183.
And it's 183, and this is a newer station that's beside the community park. And how old is it?
It's
been built since I moved here.
1998.
98? No. It's no. Not 183.
No, 183 was built in 2000.
It was built after I moved here.
2000, okay.
2000, it opened, I got here in May of 2001, and it opened in November of 2000.
2000,
This is
okay.
when
So
it
not,
opened, so
and
I
I'm
don't
sorry,
know
maybe I looked at the date of construction of the station. So we're looking at a station that is 17 years old.
What's the life of our stations?
Well, there's
apparently not 17 years if we're coming up with $1 million.
There's different systems within a station. Again, we looked at the facility itself. There are some improvements that need to be done at different degrees. Not necessarily the station needs to be replaced. But as we looked at all the requests from the staff in the fire department, again, we work with them and develop a budget that meets their expectations. Correct. We're looking at remodeling the kitchen. We're looking at improvements in HVAC. We're looking at carpet. Again, we're looking at some painting. We're looking at just a lot of different improvements. And there are apparently some additional requirements that the station doesn't necessarily meet some of the standards that they're looking for at this point.
Well, what I'm getting at, if we're going to do it at 183, we might as well, from now on, put an extra $1 million in the budget for 184. We're going to have to do it for 185. We're just going to keep going, and because apparently we're not building them to last 20 years. If we're, I can always see cosmetic stuff. I change my granite and I put new floors in, and I get it. But $1 million is a lot of money to put in for renovations. Now back to so now for Mobile.
No, stay on that one for a minute.
Stay on this one. Okay, go ahead, Bill.
Right. I'm going to go to you first.
I guess I think the problem here is we're not hearing exactly what the renovations are. All we're hearing is basically what you say is cosmetic. I think if we could get a list of what is needed, because that sounds like that's something, and maybe the chief knows, but that sounds like it's something pretty major, like some water systems or something's getting replaced there that's pretty major for that one, because we're almost to the point if it's 900,000, we're building to more, it seems like it'd be cheaper to start from scratch. So I assume it's something big. If we could hear what the big thing was, I think that would really help us. You're off. Sorry.
Mayor and Council, there, and it is a whole bunch of small stuff. How about that? We can certainly provide a list of items that add up to the budget. There are some large replacements, like I mentioned. When you look at the replacement and the remodel of a kitchen at industrial level, you're looking at a cost of $100,000 plus. When you're looking at improvements in HVAC, we're looking at.
And I think that would really help us if we get the list and basically what they cost, and not to micromanage, but when the citizens say you're spending $1.1 million for a news station or $1.3 million, $2 million here, when you're asking for $1 million to redo a station, that from the outside obviously looks good, but clearly there's issues, or the chief would not be coming and saying, you all wouldn't be coming and saying we need almost $1 million if there really wasn't issues there. I have lots of faith in our city staff that they're not going to do that, but I think we need to know the details.
And the other thing, some of this that we're having to do, was this delayed because of the downturn? Did we delay any of this renovation or anything during that time? Is that?
My understanding from when we met with staff is that not much work has been done at the station. So there's probably some of this stuff is some of the catch-up work that should have happened within the last 20 years. I think as we get our asset replacement fund in motion, we'll be dealing with fewer of these issues in the long term. But to give you a little bit more detail there, we're looking at a basic scope that includes even in exterior painting for the station as well, interior painting as well. We're looking at replacement of several of the doors that has been requested by fire staff, parking lot improvements, removal of carpet throughout the whole station. We're looking at plumbing fixtures as well as restroom improvements, remodeling of the dorm areas. So as you start looking, relocating,
I think that helps out a lot, because I think people can relate that if you're going to replace your kitchen, it's expensive. You're going to replace a bathroom, it's expensive. So I think that really does help, so we can tell the public, the areas that need to be fixed.
This is a lot. I'm looking at it too and having a lot of questions. So is there, I was on board for all the new fire stations. I knew that, but I really wasn't in this gauge of looking at the other ones. So is there a way, Brian, that we can just kind of get a synopsis of this, of what each station is? I know.
Absolutely. I totally understand the questions. I think it's fair to provide the detail that constitutes this. Now, understand that we're still working on budget. So there are best estimates right now. We don't have line items for each and every one of those, but it's within the scope of work. And so there are probably 20 items that I just did a quick peek on that are part of this renovation, but we can do that for all the fire stations as far as what we're looking at.
And I gather the workload will be different since we're closing one and, we're moving people from here to there. So, okay. All right. Bill?
I think the station cost like $3.1 million to build. So we're talking about a third of the cost of actually constructing the place. We'll wait to see the list. I'm concerned that we're talking about not just remodeling to make repairs or to update cabinets and, paint, but we're talking about making wholesale changes. If we're talking about remodeling dorms and whatnot, are we, that can be a whole host of need versus want. And I'm having a really hard time looking at taking care of some wants at the tune of $1 million when we've got a street that we've continued to delay that is just over $1 million in getting it widened and getting some traffic lights installed and some other things in Central Goodyear. Having a really hard time trying to reconcile those things. So the information needs to be, I think, pretty comprehensive with a detailed explanation for me, before I can buy off on that, we've got the serviceability of that facility is not changed. It's not diminished. Our personnel are not suffering, in a work condition. And I think if you look around to what some of our police department have been working in for the last 10 years, they would be happy to have worked for the last 10 years in that fire station. So I think we've got to be really careful about how we're choosing to spend $1 million on a remodel. I guess as you guys go through that list and you're going to look at it, I think we really need to look at the necessity versus the want. Is this an employee want, or is this really a need? Where we're going to pull carpet out because, carpet, contains all the germs and the junk that we carry on our boots from, coming back from a call and that kind of thing. And that makes total sense. But it doesn't cost $1 million to tear up the carpet and polish the concrete underneath it. So I just asked for a pretty in-depth look at that as we look at the draft budget going forward.
Thank you. Wally?
Well, and I would like to say that if we're going to take a look at all of these stations, maybe we need to do an inventory of every single station we have and figure out what has to be done, and not hit us with $1 million. Let it paint 183 this year, and then next year put in new carpet or this, that, and the other. I don't want to think that we have been neglecting these stations for all of these years, and it's built up to all of this now, and now we're reacting. I'd rather be proactive than reactive, and it's the same thing with the Mobile station. I understand it should be nice for them down there, but we don't even own the trailer. Why can't we buy a new trailer then for what are they doing for $40,000 in that trailer?
Yeah, we can certainly list that those items that are needed in that, but there are several to include the flooring in the kitchens and paint, etc. The one problem we do have, just to remind everyone, is that we don't own the land that the station sits on either. So that would be a lot of work with the owner of the land to put another trailer on there. It's almost easier and a little bit more cost efficient, we feel, to remodel that station and make it as livable as we can for our employees down there.
Well, it's only 2 people.
Absolutely. But
there's only 2 people there, and we don't own the building, and I get it. And this is a landlord, and I would think the landlord would do something, unless it's from our wear and tear.
It is from our wear and tear.
But $40,000, I just hate spending that down there for that. I really do. I'd rather bring in a brand new trailer.
Why don't you, first of all, as a start,
can we have a list?
Get us the list that we've asked for, and then we can go further, make a decision from once we see what it contains.
Yeah. Well, it's just really hard when we're going to build these 3. We're going to build 2. No, I'm getting confused. All right, we're going to redo 181, a brand new one, just replacing it. And then we're going to build a brand new one in Estrella, and we're looking at one in West Goodyear. That's 3 fire stations with a lot of money and a lot of our expenditure. And now we're saying we're going to go around and do all of this upgrading to these other stations. And I don't know how much we can afford. We need to spread it out, truthfully. And I don't mean it any other way than we just need, it's just so much all at once. I'm just really...
I agree that there are several...
and the ambulance and the paramedic. I mean, golly.
I
money
agree
doesn't
that there
grow
are
on
several
trees.
priorities in the budget that you have to consider.
Yeah.
I will have to say that I appreciate the fact that if this is staff's recommendation of a budget, if you don't tell us what the needs are, what the desires are, we as a council can't make the best decision. So you guys have been presenting what all the different departments have said, and I get that. And so I appreciate that. And now we have to go through it. At the end of tonight, I'm going to give what I want. And so I appreciate that this is how we go about it, and we question how it is. But the fact that you're at least coming to us and saying these are the things that are needed, Now, can we go back out to our citizens and say we need to spend $900,000 on a fire station to do some upgrades when everybody else is going to be saying, gosh, I haven't been able to put tile in my own home for the last, 15 years, whatever. So those are the things that we have to be able to account for. Back to the grocery store situation again, back to being able to have a show and tell of efficiencies and what have happened. And so it's some of that detail that we need to flesh out. And so I know it seems like you guys are continually on the hot seat, but we need to understand why these things are needed. Thanks.
Sherry?
I think one thing that would help us, and we're going to have somebody new on the council too in June, is maybe we need to take another asset tour. Maybe we need to go down and see mobile. If it has gotten bad, maybe we actually need to see it, because then we can explain, and then maybe someone can point out what is needed. Why isn't it good? And I know it may take a time out of our day, but not just the fire stations, maybe the assets, because we are going to come to the period where a lot of stuff has degraded, that it's going to be improved. And I think if we see some of the stuff, like for 181, once I took the tour, it's like, I'm not putting a person in there. You can see when you start seeing where the water's coming in stuff, you can really visualize. And granted, it's a lot of money, but I think it helps us too. So that might be something that we need to take that little road trip again.
And Mayor and Council, if I can suggest one thing, maybe as we put that list together, items, we can sort of break them up in different levels. Items that are related to safety, functionality of the building, the support of the function of the building itself, like I said, and then eventually some cosmetics. And so maybe break them up in those different levels, so the project, you can see what really needs to be done and what actually improves the functionality of the building and what makes it look better.
Yeah. Okay.
That's how this project was put together.
Move on from this, but the agreement here is we're going to get some kind of list of all the fire departments and exactly what's behind the numbers. Agreed? Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead.
And if I could just add one additional thing, if we have been trying to develop an asset management program for facilities as well, and we have not gotten there, so you're also getting projects that eventually will go into an asset management program, but we have to deal with them now until we can get that plan developed. And so our hope is to deliver that asset management plan for facilities with FY19's budget.
All right, thank you. In fact, I kind of round the back talked to Joe. I asked him about that, so because I know he was really on that as far as assets. Bill?
I had other CIP questions if this is the right time.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Probably contradictory statement number one.
No, you already have that.
Yeah. Number two.
Number 10.
We've heard that.
Okay. If we look at, like we did with this fire station discussion between the 17-18 and 18-19 fiscal years, we are going to spend over $500,000 in public art. And our public art ordinance, I think, says up to 1%. Up to 1%, not exactly 1%. And I'm thinking we're going to have a very difficult time. We just got done arguing about $1 million renovation to a facility that we own. And if we don't take that same gusto and look at $500,000 worth of public art projects, I think we're doing a disservice to our residents. That's my opinion. I realize what we say we've got to do it, and we're trying to bring public art into the community. We're talking about wrapping light boxes, and we're talking about hanging them from light poles, and we're talking about, all of the various projects. But then for us to take $250,000 at the recreation center and another $185,000 at the 30-acre park, I'm trying to envision what a $185,000 public art piece looks like at a park.
Half of it is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go to the big one.
What's it called on top?
Oh, which one? That one.
It's the only one printed on 8.5 by, or the 11 by
Arts
14
and
or whatever.
Arts and
It's recommended CIP projects.
Okay.
That's the giant one.
Yeah. Oh, the giant one.
Yeah, the big one. You guys have it on a bigger piece of paper than I do.
Okay.
But if you look at those totals on that first clump, and then you start adding all the rest of them up for public art and the fire stations and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's 155,000 in 17-18, and it's 385,000 in 18-19. If you add those two together, it's quick math tells me it's over $500,000.
Mm-hmm. Not to disagree with the conversation or anything, but there would have been we've removed the 60,000 lump sums, which would have funded part of that. And because we were changing the approach to this, we also did not propose carryovers. Historically, the art program has accumulated money to do a project. So there would have been carryovers into this year, I believe, of approximately $80,000. That would have also, that is basically now in the funds that are available in order to help fund these, so that it's not a total increase by the amount that's shown.
Right, and I greatly appreciate that, because I think that would have you probably would have heard me from my house reading that. But I think when we start talking about whittling down $1 million renovation for a piece of property or for a public infrastructure, and we don't have the same gusto at $500,000 of public art, something's not right there. So I don't have a solution to that. I just question the dollar amounts. They seem awfully high, and I'm assuming that we're putting money in 17-18's budget for all of those things, except for the mobile museum. I'm assuming we're putting all of those things in there as placeholders to build up for the next year. For the
council member, mayor, council member, they're actually, that's like involving the artist in the design of those facilities.
So it's the
subsequent year is the actual installation of the art as part of the project.
Okay, so yeah, year one is design and year two is execution. Yeah, Nathan, I know you sat down. I don't, this isn't necessarily directed at staff. I mean, I think it's very clear to see you took the overall budget, you took 1%, and that there's the number.
Actually, it was a little more methodical than that, and the art plan coming before you here next month will kind of detail what some of the vision is for some of these projects, specifically the dollars that are being requested for the rec campus, the $500,000 that you talked about. It's really viewed that this art is going to be public art, but it's going to be highly interactive. And so what does that mean? It's not going to be a statue type public art where you go and you look at and that's your experience. This is going to be public art that will help us bring our community together in spaces that will allow the community to interact with the art, whether it's climbing on the art or experiencing the art, stepping through an experience, or touching and feeling the art up close and personal. And so if you think of the location of the rec campus with the rec center, the park, this going in some type of plaza area that will be highly interactive. It could be an artistic playground, but it will be highly innovative.
Talking about all this time,
yeah.
could it?
The
We're
thought
not
is
going to gather around a piece of art.
Yeah, it will be interactive art. It's not going to be a statue type art. Yeah. It's a little misleading. I don't want to let the rabbit out of the hat for the art plan that's coming before you next week, but the thought is that it will be highly interactive.
And I just want to tell Bill, they do gather around that type of art. If you go by the Space Needle, where that giant metal slide sculpture climbing thing is, that's like 6 stories.
No.
I mean, they could be.
Yeah. So that's our gathering point? All right.
Let's look at the tree.
I just want us to have the same gusto discussion with that as we are about the other thing. That's my only point. So
got gusto.
So, Bill, are you proposing we have another discussion some other time on the art?
Well, I think we're going to hear about it next week, but I wanted to highlight, we don't look at those numbers very often. We didn't talk about $500,000. We're looking at this year. We look at next year. So next week when you guys talk about public art and I'm not here,
Oh, you have to be here.
Let the words of my voice echo in your mind, I guess.
Well, can I ask a question about the public art that you can answer for next week, so I don't have to ask this question next week?
I will try to answer that question for you.
Can you tell me
Councilmember.
how much we spent on the fire station in 185? That thing that's hanging, well, that mural thing. I don't think it was 40,000.
I don't have that information
If you
on
could,
hand,
that
but we
would
can
help
get that.
because
Absolutely.
depending on what that was, I think it ought to be the same on all of them.
Oh, that was you mean the same art piece?
No, same amount of money.
Oh,
if
on
we
money
spent
list.
20,000 on 185, then 181 and one.
Have we had any inflation?
I doubt it, but I mean, you know.
I think there's. I don't think
I
there-
can get the factor for you that you
Yeah,
need to apply.
The thought with the fire station art is
Oh,
that
I'm just looking for a bargain.
yeah, the thought with the fire station art is that it will be integrated into the architecture of the project. It will
Yeah,
be
I just
integrated
wondered
in,
how much
so.
we allowed for the other. It's just historically, you know, and I get the inflation bit, but I just don't recall that they were 40,000.
All right. Any other questions for him?
Yeah, I've got two more on public art before I move on.
Joanne?
So, Nathan, you said that. I just want to make sure I understood. You said of the 155,000 that's listed here, that because I see 60,000 that was typically programmed has been crossed out, but that there was a carryover of 80,000. So really, technically, if you were to add back the 60 and the 80, so it comes close to what we've already. Thank you. Just want to make sure.
Thank you, Joanne, for pointing that out. Bill?
Okay, so we're talking about 40,000 this year for the Harrison and Citrus Fire Station, which, if we stick to the current plan, isn't programmed for 2 more years.
Right.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, that's my mistake. That should say 181. That was an older item that was in the database. So the current year, the FY18 fire station art should be for the EMR and Station 181. That is totally we met late last week to go over this plan, and we didn't get that corrected.
Okay, thanks. And then the Goodyear Community Park, which we already have public art at, we're looking for 20,000 more.
Is that going to be a water feature?
It's not a water feature right now. It's just a general concept of adding more art to the park. There's an amphitheater there. There was talk of a lot of people, a lot of events around that amphitheater of doing some more public art in that location where it's a good public area that's visited often. So.
I'm just saying. Yeah, there's
That is
half a million
coming
there.
later.
Anyway.
It's
yeah.
going to be in the amphitheater, Joanne. Don't you know that?
I do.
Okay, so that ends my public art stuff.
Thank
My
you.
my other CIP questions.
All right. Where are we at? What is
Oh,
it?
I have another CIP question. Are you going to hit my
I've got
CIP
CIP questions. I don't know if it's yours or not.
All right.
So the West Goodyear Fire Station is showing in the 1920 fiscal year. I thought when we first saw that it was in the 21-22 fiscal year, or at least the 2021 fiscal year, so it looks like it's been moved up 1 year. I asked the question earlier. The answer is no, we put it in there a couple of weeks ago. That still doesn't help me with the understanding of when we first saw it. When we got the report from the consultant, EMR was 2021, and this one was supposed to be earlier, and I thought we had swapped them or pushed them farther out. But and I think, if I remember from reading everything, we have a general fund loan to the impact fees to advance this project 1 year. So we'd receive a double benefit, and I'll suggest even a triple benefit by pushing it back, that we're not hiring 30 or 40 new employees in a 2-year time period, that'll be a benefit to the staff and to the city.
Mayor, Councilman, you are correct that it was originally programmed in 20 in fiscal year 22 with impact fees, and it was advanced consistent with the presentations that have been previously made about timing of stations. It's within the council's scope to certainly change when that project is moving forward.
It was discussed.
I don't remember specifically discussing it, and on this particular issue, I would think I would be pretty spot on. But
we discussed it.
I'm suggesting that we push it back.
Okay. The West Goodyear?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Joe?
Where's the chief?
Hey, Chief. Oh, he hadn't left. Good. Bless his heart. Okay. Yeah, welcome back, Chief.
No, you can't leave until we leave, Paul.
Okay.
You know, I can appreciate Bill's position, but as I recall, last fiscal year when we were looking at some of the call volumes and timelines, that the West was almost there already.
That's right.
So that's kind of my concern is what that impact's going to be if we push it back. But, you know, but I can appreciate having to deal with the additional staffing in there, but I'm more concerned about the safety level as a result of the calls that you had mentioned before, because the thresholds that were used to determine when we build, if my recollection is right, it was pretty close a year ago when you talked to us.
Yeah. So
Wait, can I, before you start, because I want the chief to tear apart what I have to say, because I want to respond to that if I can first.
Okay. So
It'll be better this way.
Repeat your question again to the chief. This is Bill Stiff.
Yeah. My question was pushing it back. Joe said we shouldn't push it back because we almost hit the thresholds, et cetera. So before the chief speaks, the reason I never talked about the reason why I said that is, despite the call volume being there, the number of backup resources for the West Goodyear area far outseed the number of backup resources down in EMR. So the pushback on that timeline is not as detrimental as it would have been if we had not, because if we go by what the study said we didn't need to build EMR until 2022.
That's right.
And we all know that that's not an acceptable answer for a number of reasons. The issue with this is pushing it back another year frees up some staff capacity, frees up some general fund capacity, because we're not making as big a loan to the impact fees, because as we just talked about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, we approved a whole change of development because the development was going to pay for itself. And so let's not advance that a year. And it is what it is. So that was the reason I made the suggestion. I didn't want to contradict anything the chief was going to say because he is the fire chief.
Thank you.
You, Bill.
Thank you. Chief, go ahead.
Uh-oh.
Yes. So to answer Councilmember, I'm trying to remember the question.
It doesn't matter.
To answer Councilmember
At 9:30 at
Pizillo's
night, I can
question.
understand that.
Yes, the call volumes are increasing, and we've seen about a 65% increase from.
And you're talking, okay, callings for
from
what?
West Goodyear.
Thank you.
Sorry, from 1415 to 1516. So we're at about the 425 mark right now. Previously, when we had spoken before about potential for triggers and thresholds, that we would kind of use 500 as the time that we would start to come back to council to say, hey, we're starting to see these increase in volumes. Councilmember Stipp is correct, though, that there are resources that are there that are a little bit more abundant than they are down south. However, we are starting to see a higher increase in call volumes in West Goodyear. And it's going to be certainly difficult to continue to kind of chase those calls from 184 or from the other automatic aid cities supporting it as well.
Thank you for that information. Looking around for any other questions before I turn over to Bill again?
Anyone else?
Well, Bueller, yeah. Okay. I guess my question, you started to ask about something that, yes, is in the CIP that generally isn't going to be funded. It was moved up in the CIP, but it's still technically not money next year that we're having to come up with. But you mentioned something about having to loan. I missed that part. You mentioned about loaning back to the impact fee issue, correct? So So I guess my question back is, what's wrong with leaving it this way when we're already concerned about? We just did a development agreement change within the last month to help get more building in this area. So why wouldn't we want to leave the CIP fire station move up alone until next year and then decide, well, maybe we can push back? I guess I feel like we're being a little more conservative.
Joanne, I agree with you.
We're being a little more conservative about that growth and making sure that we're covering our people than pushing it out.
I agree.
So I guess that's, and technically next year it doesn't cost us anything. So that's where I'm coming from. So Bill, but you mentioned something about loaning impact fee issues. So what's your heartburn about it being moved up?
I tell you what I'd like to do is have that discussion delayed and let the chief, who we just invited up here to talk about an answer to the question.
What question?
Yeah, which one? It's Bill's.
That one I know. I definitely didn't have a question.
I'm lost. I'm going to put on Bill.
And we do have a slide later on to review the impact fee loan concept, and this will be addressed on that
All right.
slide, so we could address that at that
then
point.
we'll put that till later.
That's at midnight, right?
That's at midnight. So, Bill, please get your question out the chief while he's sitting there.
Trying.
Okay.
So, to answer Joanne's question, my concern is we are advancing general fund money to pay for the advancement of these projects. So whether it occurs in this fiscal year or next fiscal year, we are approving a 10-year CIP plan. So every year it comes before us and we manipulate it, there's always a chance that next year we forget about it.
Manipulate is a negative word. What we look at the resources.
Massage.
And we
massage
okay, that's
it.
what I'm looking for from you guys.
We can do that next year. We can massage it again next year.
I agree, as long as we remember. That's the only point.
How are you going to forget a $5 million fire station?
I don't know. We've stranger things have happened. But to go to the other issue, the call volume may be increasing, and the 500 call trigger thing, we've already identified is not really anything we've looked at, because we would have built the fire station in South EMR a long time ago. So what's happening to the response times out there? That's the real question.
Yeah, right now we're hovering right around the 658 response times out into that area from 184. So we are seeing, response times that are a little bit higher than what the rest of the city gets, around the 5:30 response time for the rest of the city.
Too bad. We need to build it. We know we need to build it. So we're going to go on the conversation tonight. Anything other you need to make a decision internally that you haven't gotten on the fire station tonight?
No, I just don't see why we just leave it in there. And then if next year, I think it's easier to move it one way than the other way.
I agree.
I mean, if we have to move the other way sometime, then it's easier to bump it back than to find money forward. If it's there, it's got a placeholder at least.
I'm looking around, ladies.
So is this the fire neighborhood station, Broadway and Citrus? Is that the one we're talking about?
No.
In Citrus, roughly. Yep.
Roughly?
Yep.
I just want to know which line I'm on.
No, it wouldn't be Broadway and Citrus. It's Harrison and Citrus.
It says West Goodyear Fire Station.
Oh, I can't find it.
Just give her a
Which
hint.
schedule are you reviewing?
It's okay. I'm probably on the wrong page, but all right.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's the fifth one down on the facilities and technology page.
Oh, okay.
So what I want
It
the
says West
council to
Goodyear.
do is to
Oh, I
think,
got it. So, yeah.
the question on the table right now is, as Sherry said, just leave it in the budget at this time.
Where's Joanne?
Well, Joanne started and then you, all right, we'll give the credit here. I want it sort of nods on heads here. Okay, nods on heads. All right, keep it in.
Okay, next question. Over the next 5 years, we have planned $500,000 for improvements at City Hall for renovations.
I'll ask Javier to address that.
I don't know that we need to even address it.
Okay.
It's just, if the rest of the council hasn't looked at it, I mean, we're getting into the 6th hour here or whatever. it's 156,000 this year. We need to look at it. It's over $500,000 at some point. We need to decide.
That's the one for the awnings.
No, it's just plain old renovations. So
We're going to get an office.
I guess we
Oh,
need
it's a
Javier.
need.
A
It's
renovation
want.
means there's things
Oh, there
broken.
you go. It's a want. I want an office.
So,
Javier,
Mayor, Council,
please
here I am again. The facilities master plan identified the need for us to start looking at space challenges at City Hall, starting about this time frame. There's already a project in motion to relocate after the APS operation moved out of the building, and we relocated the customer service area. The next step is we're bringing the city clerk's office downstairs where the customer's area used to be. That's going to open up some options. And when we looked at the next several years and the project that was recommended in the facilities master plan, and it was estimated to cost about $5 million to start implementing over the next several years these space solutions, but also some improvements to the building itself, like related to carpet and new chairs, new conference tables for like conference room 230. And it's just all these needs that are going to start showing up as far as space and the aging of the building. One key thing is if you see at the breakdown of the costs, there are some things that we're going to tackle at first starting next year. And then as you look towards the end of the 4 or 5 year period, we're estimating at this point that we're going to have some challenges with actually fitting some of the staff that might be in the building. So at that point, we're estimating that we might be buying new cubicles and reducing reducing the size of some of the workstations and so on. And so that's why most of that budget moves towards the end of that 4 or 5 year period. So it's based on essentially to resolve space needs in City Hall.
Well, I was going to wait.
Yes, Joanne?
I was going to wait till the end in my list of recommendations.
Oh, wait, I got to back up on this one.
It's on City Hall currently. We are a vibrant, energetic, growing, outstanding city, and we have an opportunity that when you see my approach, we have the opportunity that
Just trying to get on the good side of
when you walk into City Hall, it needs music. It needs something because once APS left, the energy is gone and it is dead. And I didn't want to use the word morgue but I'm sorry. It needs something because when people go into our City Hall and you feel like you have to whisper. You know, we have great people at the receptionist area, greeters, but besides that, please, something has got to, and that is before you do whatever these renovations
Well,
are.
we could have a little more pizzazz in the room itself as you walk in. It needs it.
Pick the music.
Can you? No, Joe may not pick the music.
It does. You're right. It does need some.
We want our hearing.
We're not going anywhere for quite some time in that City Hall.
That's
Okay,
right.
we postponed City Halls, if you all remind you all, and so this is deteriorating. We need to make it look like what we're proposing to be.
Clerk down there, that's going to bring beauty.
Yeah. So anyway,
There you
any
go.
more questions on that, Bill?
Okay, so we're going to do all these renovations to City Hall. We're going to make it pretty. We're going to listen to music when we come in. Yeah, we're going to do all this other stuff.
Be careful. I'm about to come over there.
And then one of the
I feel like you're flicking
one of the projects that are not being funded, not fundable with current forecasted authorized resources, are the security improvements at the courts.
It's
And
not.
one of the answers that right on here, it says new requests and it's lined
We're doing
out.
We're doing. I don't know where you're reading that.
And a security guard.
Look on the bottom of the recommended CIP projects request.
There's two sets of information on the CIP. There's the smaller set that just tells you what the 10-year CIP is, and then there's the larger pieces of paper that tell you what you saw in March and how we addressed them.
Okay.
And so we have provided the explanation we've lined things out and provided explanations where we aren't recommending an item.
That one, the big one, last page.
I see it.
At the very end, there's GMC, there's 5 things that, there's 5 that are not fundable. Maintenance shops, GMC expansion, security improvements, neighborhood fire station, Broadway and Citrus, and the Sadea Fire Station. My question is about the security improvements at the GMC.
Yeah, for $500,000, what are they going to do?
Well, no, I'm,
Second page, not last.
it's the last page on mine.
It's the last page on mine. Right down here, sweetie.
So collectively, again, I'm going to go back to $500,000 of public art that we're going to fund, but we're not going to fund security improvements at the court.
I see. I think we remember that. I think we got that.
Okay, but this is not funded. And my question is, according to question 47 and the 99 that we got, recently published court security standards from the Arizona Supreme Court require enhanced security measures to protect the public and the employees. This project will add a Sally Port secured detainee corridor and assess and implement security improvements for parking of court staff as identified in the standards. Is that the part that's been eliminated?
The what has been funded is recommended is the addition of the security guard. At this point in time, when we went through the CIP process, we lined up what was currently proposed in the CIP as the resources available, and we did not look at projects in the out years that weren't part of an existing plan in terms of the traffic signals and the pavement management for funding, with the plan to look at how to fund them on a more holistic basis in the next year's process. We can certainly add that back and relook at the forecast to see if it's fundable, or we can recommend removing a traffic signal in that particular year. So there are other items we could remove from the CIP in order to go ahead and put that one in at the current time.
I guess I'm confused by the court security standards. If we're not meeting them, how is this even a discussion? Yeah. That we're looking at all this other stuff, and how does this not end up? And I'm sorry to sound frustrated, but I'm trying to understand the logic, because when I do, then I can stand in the ice cream aisle and explain this stuff. But right now, I'm not getting it. I'm seeing $500,000 of improvements for City Hall. I'm seeing $1 million for a fire station. I'm seeing $500,000 of public art. And then the one place that we probably need to have the most security here in the court, we're like, yeah, I can't quite do that. I'm not getting it.
Mayor, council member, the approach has been that the CIP that was adopted would be the one that would be favored. We did do a 5-year forecast at the beginning of the process. This is not a statement to say we don't concur that these facilities should be funded, but that it is not needed. It wasn't requested for next year, and it gives us the opportunity to determine what the best opportunities are for funding it and the other items. Like I say, we can review the forecast and see what was forecasted as available in one-time resources. It was a skinny amount that was available in terms of the future years, or we can look at eliminating one of the other programs or projects, or dropping one of the other projects to get it in at this point in time and restore pavement management or a traffic signal instead when we look at the process next year.
Is the 3.7 million
Crystal,
available?
would you address this, please?
Of course, Mayor. Council members, thank you. To help answer Councilmember Stipp, myself, Lori, and Javier, we did try to communicate and work together on what the time standards are for the new security standards. And the security of parking access in the Sally Port for in-custody transport does fall at the end of the implementation period. And so we were able to work out that funding the project at a later date would keep the court in compliance with the new standards.
Thank you.
And
yes, one question from here.
When we do our arraignments, how many in custody people do we actually have here?
Every week it varies. We might have between 6 and 12 inmates at a time.
Do we bring them over, or do we do them video?
No, we do transport them in a van.
Didn't we used to do video?
No, we don't have that capability
Okay.
yet.
I was going to say, would that be a capability we might want to look at? Because that solves the transport problem if you're doing
It's
it
an
video.
ongoing conversation, but it's a technical component that has to be feasible from both our court's aspect and from the jail court. And so the justice courts are currently piloting that program. Their newest facility does not include transport facilities or in holding cells whatsoever. So the rest of municipal courts, we're kind of watching that program, communicating with Jeff Fine. He's kind of spearheaded that program to see how successful if we can implement it statewide. There's many other administrators. We're looking at that option.
And what about like for trials and stuff? How many in custody trials do we have?
That is at a lower rate. It just depends. We may have one every month. It's not as high, but our in custody transport has increased.
So, but this isn't something, if we keep it to the end of the budget, that we're going to have some major safety. I want the public to realize it's not safety issues here.
Not at all. No, it's not from a concern standpoint. It is in the final year of the new administrative directives that we've received. And so Javier and I did talk months ago about timelines and where we would be. He was very respectful of knowing our new compliance directives from the state court director, and so we worked out that we wouldn't be in fear of breaking any rules.
So we're okay by adding the security guard, the first step we're doing this year?
Yes, absolutely. Those standards come first.
Just want to make sure we're okay.
No, yes, thank you.
Crystal, thank you, and thank you for pointing out that the two of you have been worked through it.
Yes,
so that
absolutely.
our departments are talking to each other.
Very much so.
I'm about ready to move on. So
Can I ask a follow-up?
All right.
Thank you. I understand Bill's frustration and understanding priority to things. And one of the and again, this is an item that for the majority of it is still a couple years out. But one of the things that I did question is a year ago, I think it was a year ago, when we were looking at traffic signals, I thought we had come up with a plan that said we would fund, because it was like in the tune of $500,000. And we had it scheduled. We knew, because we'd studied it, we knew that it was going to be like, we'll need one. Let's just say it's this year. I don't remember the years, but let's just say it was this year. But then it was going to be like, we wouldn't need one for 2 years. And then there was going to be another one. And there was, we had this spread out, because many other places that warranted it, developers would have to pay for it. I mean, there was a system to the madness when we had all of this conversation over it. And now, if I'm not mistaken, it's programmed every single year. Am I right? Am I on track?
Mayor, council member, it is recommended at one per year. That was the gist of the conversation that was held last year. And there were actually 2 per year requested in the original submission. We mistakenly left that line off of here. So the department requested 2 warranted traffic signals a year. We've gone back to what we believed we heard in the prior year, which was to fund 1 per year. Again, the council is welcome to recommend changes to this.
Yeah, we recommend that because we felt that 1 was going to be sufficient for that additional 1 that would pop up.
Well, I guess I don't know why that one. We had that layout, of why it was going to be every other year or every 2 years needing 1 signal as we were funding. And so I guess to my point is, if that's $500,000 for a signal that we may or may not need, and we have this need for courts, it's all coming from the same funding, right?
Yes.
It's not, traffic signals are not from impact fees for only streets. We're talking about the same general fund money, right?
The funds that are in here for traffic signals are straight up general funds, except next year there is there is some developer money in 1 signal.
So I guess that's what adds to frustration sometimes is I thought we hit a point of this is our plan and this is what we see, and we were convinced back then we think we only need 1 every 2 years, whatever. And now it's back.
Apologize.
And so I guess that's where it's.
I apologize. I never saw a plan that you're describing. I apologize
I don't know if this
that
was
I missed
before
that
you
through
now.
the
So
process.
I just know that we had seen it. So things have obviously changed. Now they think needed 1 every year. But in going back and forth of need, I go back to, is this need more of a priority? And we take a signal out. And so that's that massaging of the CIP that we can do every year back to that
But
point.
I think the court explained to the council that they worked through that delay, and it's acceptable and good. So,
Mayor, I don't want to interrupt you, but I do want to say it is not recommended at all in the current CIP, because one of my obligations is to make sure I don't recommend a CIP to you that's not funded. And our forecast for one-time resources is very limited. And if your recommendation is we program every penny of that forecast, we can go back and look about putting that in, or we can absolutely take something else out, like the signal.
you're talking about the court or the signal?
Yes, the court. And I certainly agree that that's a priority project, as are many of the other projects that have been left out because there's a limited resource.
I didn't know the need of the traffic signals, because like I said, in my mind, traffic signals have been discussed at great discussion, and I thought we were done. And so now we're going back. I haven't heard why we need one a year now, but now we're saying courts doesn't need it. So that's where I'm a little.
Well, they're not saying that they don't need it, but they worked out that the criteria that's been asked for it can be met by doing it later.
If I may, Mayor and Councilmember Osborne, how we have it planned is we have about 11 or 12 intersections we are constantly monitoring. It may be next week we need 1 or 2. It all depends on all of the warrants and whether or not they're met. It could be 3 years before we need one. But ultimately, we wanted to have funding available so that we wouldn't have to come before council and ask, as we did for I think it was the Elliott and San Gabriel. Mm-hmm. And so it was council's, I understood, direction to have, for us to continue to study signals. We present to you in approximately the November-December timeframe before council budget starts, so that you can understand for that given fiscal year what the needs are. But ultimately, it was to program 1 a year or 2 a year, depending on what funding was available. But we will not install a signal unless it's warranted. It's as much risk to us to do that as if it's not warranted. So we won't do it. We would simply carry it over if there was a given year where we did not have a signal that was warranted.
Okay, let's go on. We're going to go on from here because it's 9:55 and we still have more things to cover. So thank you very much. Go ahead.
All righty.
Can we take a break? I got to walk. Oh, fine. Go.
We'll take a 5-minute break. So 5 minutes, just
5 minutes.
Don't go far away.
Okay.
5-minute mile.
Oh, I'm dying here. And I'm hot.
Okay, all right. Council, just before we continue, let you know we've canceled the special meeting, and we will do it. Okay, so now all we have to do is finish the rest of this. Okay, it's 10:02, and then you can go home.
Okay.
All right, so you're on.
Oh,
you want me to? Oh,
there it goes. All righty.
Okay.
Yeah, it does.
All righty. Yeah. Thank you. All righty. So, summary of the financial summary of the budget.
Oh, shoot.
So, for the ongoing budget, we're showing $93.5 million in resources. That hasn't changed from prior presentations. The base budget's at $75.1 million. That includes personal services increases that have been previously discussed. $3.4 million in supplementals. $8.1 million in debt service. We've gone ahead and combined the ballpark and the general fund debt service in this number for simplicity. It ultimately will probably be budgeted as a transfer. There are transfers out to the two funds that receive general fund support. The Highway User Fund, there's a transfer out of $0.7 million and to ballpark of $2.5 million. Again, those funds, we budget all their expenses, and the general fund makes up the difference between their revenue and their expenses. And then I'm showing that there is $3.7 million that is being moved to the one-time side. Then on the one-time budget, similar presentation. The change here is showing you that the third item on the resources is showing bringing in that $3.7 million from the ongoing side, which is just the gap between those ongoing revenues and those ongoing expenditures. And then it's showing the uses, which include the contingency, the capital projects that we just outlined or that are shown in that Schedule 9. The proposed new capital project reserve, the $8.2 million in asset management, and the one-time supplementals, plus that economic development impact fee program. Somebody asked earlier if the $3.7 million could be used for the court project. The $3.7 million capital project reserve is, the concept behind it is, yes, there are future capital project needs that are not next year but are in future years that you may want to build up resources to be prepared for. To just kind of quickly go through, there's been questions and there's information here on the GO bond projects that are proposed. This shows you how much is being proposed, again, calling out the surface water item in FY18 for $7.5 million. And this forecast assumes the combined rate would stay at $1.73.5 or less. And we end the 4 years with an additional $7.6 million in GO bond capacity should our forecast for assessed valuation hold up through that 4 years. And that's something we'd want to be monitoring each year as we go forward. As we get actual results. The levy for next year assumes that using those GO bond, actually assumes that we would issue $25 million in GO bonds at the late next year, which would be both the 18 resources and the 19 resources, and it includes an allocation for uncollectible property taxes, and we're at the $1.7349 rate with those assumptions. And then to talk about the concept of the loans for the impact fee projects, this outlines the items that if we go forward with the CIP as it's proposed. So for example, you see the West Goodyear item, the third item there. So if we leave that project as it's currently proposed, there would be a need for a $1.6 million loan in 2000, and it would drop to $600 or $100 or $1 million the year after that. So these show our, consider our forecasted need, our forecasted impact fee revenues, and they assume all the costs would be incurred in the year construction is awarded. So when we actually get to those years, those needs will kind of push out a year or two, or portions of those needs will push out because we won't actually spend the entire amount for example, for a construction contract in FY19. So you can see that in the peak year, if we leave the CIP as it is, we'd need almost $10 million in potential impact loans to the impact fee funds. This shows you that one-time forecast that we did previously in February. And this shows you what's available in the 19 through 23 years and what the potential or what the draws on are on these funds. in what's proposed in the CIP. And so we're showing that we have resources, in the 5 million range, but draws at the 11 million to 11.8 down to 3 million on those. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm saying that we don't want to program a CIP that's greater than our. This does assume those loans at the full amounts. Those, again, don't anticipate they will occur at those full amounts. But this is the kind of demands that are on the general fund resources based solely on the forecast we did in February. In addition, there were some other items that were raised in the conversations on March 20th. They have not been incorporated into the budget that's been presented, but they're here for your consideration and a discussion. Excuse me. They include a pickleball court at about just under $170,000 a year. If we wanted to have softball fields, converting an existing field would be $107,000. Installing a new field would be $243,000. There's some interest in additional monument signs to install. 2 additional monument signs would be $75,000. There is a need potentially to relocate the clinic due to limited or no parking, inadequate parking at the current facility. More than likely, we need to fund that item and include that in the tentative budget. And then there were also questions about the in focus. And so the costs that are shown here are to produce a 16-page issue with freelance services, printing, and postage. One additional issue would be $13,600, and to go to that 12 issues a year would be nearly $68,000. Primarily, all of the labor would have to be outsourced due to the timeline that's required to get these things to the printer, mailed, and those types of things. And then I think this is the last item.
Yes.
There is a new item that you have not seen before that would be included in the tentative CIP and operating budget, and that is that the Indians would like to make some improvements, and they have asked that we finance those with our ability to finance. And so it would be a $10.5 million capital project. Excuse me. We would issue the debt, and then the Indians would pay us rental revenue equal to our annual debt service payment, and we estimate that debt service payment at $1 million next year. So there's no impact to the city's bottom line. It's an in and out with the resources provided by the Indians.
Questions? I'm going to start on this side first. Any questions on this side?
Sure. Ready?
Joanne?
Okay. Thank you for all of that. And like I said earlier, I appreciate that staff comes to us with this recommendation of this budget, and we vet it out. And then we go over the things that we each see value in adding to it or taking away from. I know that, Joe has asked for that economic development fund for retail. And I understand we had that conversation, and it's within here, that $2 million payback, right?
Yes.
I would prefer it to be 1 year and $1 million to try it out and see what happens and go forward with that, because I see value in other things that I would like to see funded. You already answered me about the traffic signals. I know that we had conversations about the community paramedicine. What does that look like as an ad? Also, if there's anything that we need to be looking at for public safety, behavioral health between both police and fire. I think we all understand that we need some more show and tells of efficiencies, and just back to some of the what you did in finance with repurposing positions. One of the CIP items that, we do all these things and we talk about it, and the whole point and purpose is for our citizens and for our city. and to move forward and to be the best we can be. And some of the things that I hear from our citizens that we as a council have to listen to and put forward, these are the items they're asking for. And yes, I laugh, but pickleball is certainly one of them. And that softball field, even though that citizen brought it up, I've been hearing about softball for 10 years. This is nothing new for my ears, but somebody finally brought it forward again. That is something they want. When we talk about art and some of the things that are projected, we look at that as, is that spending money in the right way? But there is added value to that. Every single year I ask, let's cut grocery food. Let's cut grocery food tax. And I don't always get my way. So I would rather say, okay, if we can't cut a tax, then I'm going to fight for the things our citizens are asking for. And that's what I'm doing with these items. And I see value in some of that art that's out there. The sound systems may sound silly for our lobby, but it's needed. And that monthly in focus, I think, is something that is a great marketing tool, and it's so very important to our citizens to let them know what's going on. And the last item is in the CIP, and it goes to roads. And we have heard over and over from a loud voice regarding Sayreville and Yuma and that ongoing issue of widening and the traffic problem that continues to be on our shoulders. Now, what I don't understand in this, it says recommendations for CIP project requests, and then under it, it says not recommended, refer to impact fee study, not recommended. So I'm not sure what that means, but I'm asking, is there a reason or is there a way that we switch the Sayreville Avenue, Jefferson Street to Yuma Road expansion from year 2019-20 and flip it with the McDowell Road, Citrus Road item? I'm not sure what the McDowell Road, Citrus Road item is, but I know that we continually hear from citizens about Yuma and Bullard and Estrella and just that constant problem there in those areas. So I would love to see that, but somebody's got to explain to me.
If I may, I can respond to some of the questions you've raised on that. The portion that's not recommended for funding on that, all of those impact fee projects are underfunded because inflation was not included. So the total project does require those additional general funds, or that we have impact fees to do the project. So it needs to be augmented with general funds in order to do it. And we cannot switch it with McDowell and Citrus because one is in the north impact fee area and the other is in the south impact fee area. And if we did opt to advance it, we would have the general funds that we would need to spend on that project. In addition, we'd increase the amount of loans required from the general fund to finance that advancement. I believe, I don't know for a fact what the status of that particular impact fee fund is, but we've tried pretty much to lay it out.
Very, very key. Well, so those are the things that I'm hearing that I will fight for. I think that we are covering our employees. We're doing our best to that compensation study, the self-funding insurance. We're doing everything right for our employees. We are looking at ways for growth. We're looking at that surface water, which I still believe, I know Joe has a problem with some of that. I understand, but I think we're doing the right thing. But those are the things that I'm asking for our citizens. I'm asking for pickleball. I'm asking for softball. I'm asking for the art. I'm asking for that monthly in focus. And all of this is probably close to that $500,000 mark. And so going back to the 1 year pilot program and $1 million for a retail venture, I think is where I would play with a bit. Okay, so that's what I'm asking for. Or you can all give me my lowering of grocery food tax. It's your choice.
Oh, you jest.
Oh, I just. That's it. That's
But
what
the
I say.
grocery tax is only $250,000.
I know.
It's not
I
enough.
know.
Come on, Joe.
You
Joe?
see how nice I am?
Oh.
Okay.
Uh,
Joe's on the floor.
I just want to make sure that on the secondary property tax levy you put up there, that 7.5 surface water treatment facilities in there as part of the property tax levy.
Correct, that is
Okay.
in there.
Just for the record, I want to make sure the city clerk gets it right. I don't have a problem with the surface water treatment plant or any of that water. I know it's important. What I have a problem is putting property tax as a way of funding it, because that means we're taxing people that are outside our service area. That's it. I don't have a problem with the project. I have a problem with how we're paying for it. All right, so I just want to make sure I'm on the record for that. Second thing is I agree with you on the in focus. I think the in focus is important. If we're not getting our message out via the traditional, newspapers and et cetera, then to me, then we've got to step up and get our message out, and that's the in focus. So I'm in favor of increasing fundings for the in focus. So that I'm there. When it comes to the economic development, I can see your point on the 1 year, but my problem with not making it 2 is only because 1 is kind of, it's not enough where if we do 2, and again, we're going to have future discussion, maybe the second year it's 75% of the amount. So you encourage them to do it in the first year, and then you'll have an idea after the first year whether it takes off or not, because you kind of tailor it down. Second year is 75% as opposed to 100%. So I think 2 is more reasonable than 1, because 1's just like a one shot in the arm.
Change the parameters.
Yeah, change the parameters, and the parameters as far as 75% in the second. So you encourage them to do it in the first year. So the whole idea is to speed it up. As far as your music idea, as long as you let me select the music, I'm in.
Joanne? Joanne. Sherry.
Sherry. That's okay. I'll just take my joy story and go home. I agree with Joanne on a lot of things. I think we do need to really look at some of what the citizens asked for. And I know pickleball has been a big one. I do want to make sure that when we add pickleball or softball, that we look at all parts of the city. We just don't do it all north of the freeway. That, if we're going to do it, I kind of look at south too. And when we build the new park, make sure we add pickleball, make sure we add softball fields. Because I think sometimes there's a concern that when we make the upgrades, they're only the upgrades north of the freeway. So I don't want to get into the north-south.
And it gets the central people.
Well, that's what I mean. So when we build a new park with the parks there, I'd like to make sure, maybe, in some of the older sections, we add those upgrades too, because I think they're warranted, and they're probably warranted more than just one pickleball court, because it is a very popular sport now. So I think that's something we do need to look at. I also do agree with the In Focus. I think we had that big conversation before. We really got to get the message out. There are no newspapers per se anymore. And a very limited people are really on Facebook. I mean, it's people go on for their kids and da-da-da. Some people are on it all the time, and some people are on it like never. So you're really not getting your message out that way, although social media is a great enhancement. So we have so many people that they look at the In Focus to get the news from the city. So I think that's a great idea. I don't get what the impact, but why can't the North and the South? Is that the legislature or our policy, or how is that?
The Mayor, Council Member, the state statutes are very clear that you may only, that those fees are collected in the North to do specific projects in the North. They're collected in the Central to do specific projects in the Central and in the South. Because
how is that defined? Like, what is North and Central? As we grow, does North then grow? Does South? I mean,
our study, our impact fee study, the last one we did, defined what those barriers are based on the nature of the infrastructure. Water was in 2 areas, primarily because the way that water was going to be delivered was different in the central city than it was in the south city. So it's the consultant working with us, looking at the nature of infrastructure that's required, and then they determined in some cases we should have broken that into 3 areas. In other places, it's 1 big area. And so it is, but our study defines how those funds can be used and sets what those fees are. And we'll certainly, we have, we're procuring the new impact fees study now. We have to do a new study every 5 years by the state statute. And one of the questions that we'll ask the consultant is, does our geographic approach continue to apply in the way we've applied it, as well as the projects that are in there and the type of projects that we need in the future?
Yeah, I think that might be an area we need to look at because that could cause a problem, and it does then pit north, south, central against each other, which I don't think we want to do. And maybe these are the type of projects that when we have to break down, we can't say we're going to do it in 1 year. Maybe that Sevierville Road, those people have been very vocal, and they really, it's obviously causing a disruption in several of their lives. So maybe that's something we start to look at. Maybe not this year, but maybe next year we start splitting this out to a 5-year project. Maybe we have to take smaller bites to get that road done. I don't know what the answer is, but just keep pushing it out 10 years. That road's bad. I've driven it when you had to get off the freeway there. It's not a good road to be on. So, it's something we got to look at. So I agree with Joanne on a lot of those issues.
Sherilyn?
Well, I just had a couple of comments. I agree with that, with Joanne in the roads. I agree with you on that. And the $2 million in incentive for business, I agree that with Joe that it makes a lot of sense to just do the $2 million, and it's like this year and then a lesser in the second year, just as an incentive to get going. I would think that maybe 10 issues of the in-focus, because we kind of shut down in the summertime. We're not meeting. There's just not the activity in the summertime. So I would like to see that considered. I mean, it's not a lot of money, but that's still $26,000, which I think we could do what we need to do with 10 issues instead of 12. And then I would really like to keep the community paramedicine in focus, that we really need to keep that going and don't let it get lost in depending on other grants or whatever. Let's make that one of our priorities as we go forward.
Thank you. Wally?
Okay, thank you. I have a few comments. I would like very much for us to stay on track in building the second floor of the police station and not take 5 or 10 years to finish that building. I'd like to get all of our officers under one roof sooner than later, and I know we're only programming now for year 20, and I just want us to keep that on our radar. I am in favor of the pickleball courts. I don't know if one pickleball court costs $168,000 though.
With lights and everything.
Yeah. Okay. So I think
it's a total.
6 courts.
6 courts for that price.
Oh. Okay.
Today only.
Oh, you made him smile.
All right. So I think doing the pickleball courts are a good thing simply because I've been on council 6 years, and people have been talking to me about pickleball courts over at the community center. And so I think it's time for us, if we can. I don't know where we would put it. I have no clue. But I think it's time that we do that. And then every time we do a new build, we should do horseshoe pits, which is very, very popular, especially at La Loma.
We just installed those. They turned out great.
They did. They turned out, and the gentleman that asked me for them years ago came over to my house about a month ago to tell me that he was in a tournament and he won for the West Coast or West America or something, and he had just been practicing at La Loma, and he thanked us for putting those courts in. But
that's nice.
He's really instrumental in doing it. But it's come back. Bocce ball has come back, but horseshoes have really come back. I agree with doing the in focus, but honestly, Sherilyn, I think we need to do it all year round. We're not a snowbird city. There's activities that happen in the summer, and enough of our people live here year round that if we're going to increase it, we need to do it every month so that the residents expect it every month. If you're going to do it part-time, they're not going to know, they're not going to think of when they're going to get it. So if we were really serious about getting the information out, I just would vote for 12 months rather than 10 months. I don't know where you're going to get the money for all this stuff. No one has told us that. Have y'all got money in a little?
Go to a million.
I mean, so, yeah, and I don't know that much about the softball fields. Is there any way that are the Falcon fields, Nathan, strictly for fastball or those little balls? What are hard balls? Is that what you call them?
Yeah, those fields are multi-use now at Falcon. They're can accommodate youth baseball or youth softball.
So some of those softball fields could be used then for the folks that want us to convert existing to softballs?
The specific resident from Estrella Mountain Ranch is requesting that one of the youth fields at Estrella that's currently youth baseball only be converted to accommodate adult softball and youth baseball. So the softball cost that you see in there for that conversion is to convert a youth baseball field into a youth and adult multi-purpose field to accommodate youth baseball, youth softball, and adult softball.
All right. So hypothetically,
And it's at
if we did that,
it's at Foothills Community Park in Estrella.
okay, if we did that, who would not be able to use that field anymore?
I'm sorry?
If we were to do that, if we were to convert it, who would we knock out of using that?
The goal would be not to knock anyone out, but that's a great question because you have a field that's designed right now for youth baseball.
Yeah.
So we would want to work closely with that group and make sure that they're on board with, switching the field. It would still accommodate youth baseball, but it would be a different experience because you're removing the grass from the infield, and so now it's a multi-purpose field. So we'd want to make sure that they're on board. We'd have some community outreach to do with that.
Okay.
Have an option for one standalone.
Well, we just have
We also thanks Brian. We also have an option at Foothills Community Park for $243,000, and that will allow you to add an entire new multi-purpose field. So then you're not taking a youth field that's designed for the little leaguers and changing that field. You're adding an entirely new field that would accommodate youth baseball, youth softball, and adult softball.
So that could be installed at Falcon Field down here
That could be
rather
installed
than
at
EMR?
Foothills Community Park in Estrella.
In
And
Estrella.
That's where the
that's where you want to put it.
that's where the resident request came from.
Well, it's going to limit I don't know that. Okay, I shouldn't have this
We're served
conversation.
pretty
I'm
well
too tired.
in the northern part of the city with multi-use sport fields right now at Goodyear Community Park. So where we're needing that adult softball field accommodation is in Estrella Mountain Ranch. So you have two options related to that. Either convert one of the existing fields or create a new field.
Okay. All right. And then my last comment is about the Indians wanting to do their capital project. We have to, I don't have a problem with it, but I'm going to have help in explaining it to the residents who think the ballpark is a losing proposition and we're helping them, if you get my drift.
And you said, and on that,
There is, right.
I mean, because
It
if
is.
this comes out as part of our budget, is this going to be part of our budget?
Yes, Mayor, council member, I just,
Yeah,
I
Doug, can
put
you
this
just-
in here because it would have to
and
be
at what
included in the
expense?
budget.
You had in there.
Can I
at
bring it up
something
to-
expense? I don't want any expense on our
It-
side.
No, it isn't.
It's not
Doug,
our expense. We would have a revenue equal
What was
to
that
the.
Wait a
bullet
minute,
point
hold
you
it,
put?
hold
Sorry,
it.
sorry. Go
Let
ahead.
Mr. Sandstrom tell the program, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
What we're looking at with the Indians deal is we're going to the pick board.
Can you
on-
talk a little bit louder,
Sure.
closer, because I'm telling you, this time
You
of
would be
night
going
lost
to
everything.
the pick board on April 25th to get their input on it, with council action would be on May 8th then. There has to be an expense shown in our budget because the money's actually filtering through us. And the way state law works is every dollar that comes in, it goes right back out. But we would be doing a conduit, exactly. We would make sure that we do a very good job in the presentation of showing that we are just being a conduit, that the deal that we would strike in the the lease with them would show that they're covering 100% of the costs and that there's no outlay of city funds.
But we're borrowing the money for them.
Correct.
That's basically what we're doing.
Correct.
Joe, you want a question on this one?
No, just want to add one thing. It's my understanding we're getting something besides that, an extension on the actual 5 years option. Is that correct?
It's possibly one of the things that it would be required if the lease went long, if the term of the loan went longer than 10 years. When we were looking at 10 or 15 years. So what they're looking at to start with is 10 years. If it goes above 10 years, it would have to come along with an extension of the lease. And it is something we are talking with them on.
I would personally would prefer that before we cut the deal, because it was my understanding when I had a talk with the manager that part of the incentive, because the reason why they want to do it is they can get cheaper interest rates through us, okay? So it brings the cost down. So as a result, they have that 5 years after 20 years in which they can institute that extension for that additional 5 years. It's my hope that we can get them to commit to that 5 years as part of this deal. I don't want to lose any leverage on that because there's value in doing the financing because of the interest and the savings. So I think the part that I thought we would get, and that's what I'll make sure that's all part of it, at least for me to buy off on it, is that we get that 5 year extension in that contract, because we have a 20-year deal with a 5 year option.
Mm-hmm.
That 5 year option, I want them to sign off on for that deal is set, at least from my perspective.
Yeah, and
About the contract there that we have with them right now. Okay.
And if I could just reinforce that, great points. So they've just finished their 9th year on a 20-year use agreement. And on top of the 20 years, there are 2 5-year options. And so it's been on the table that if we use our PIC financing for that, that there would be an additional 5-year option that they would go ahead and extend, if you will. So that takes them out 25 years. They are looking at shorter term financing for this. So all these discussions are still going on, but you're absolutely right. And initial thought would be a 15-year. That'd take them, because they only have 11 years left on their use agreement, they'd absolutely have to extend it. Those talks are still going on. We'll be coming back to council on May 8th with more information. So we come up with the financing on it.
Bill?
As part of this Indians thing, are we, they're looking at making physical improvements to their clubhouse and their, I hate to call it clubhouse, but their
development complex.
Thank you, the development complex. So along with that then comes construction, sales tax, impact fees, et cetera, correct? So this isn't a complete win for the Indians and a pass-through for us. There's actually a benefit to the city.
And it's a great point. If I may, the fact that they're investing $10.5 million, 16,000 square feet expansion for what they want to do is have a lot more year-round use of that development complexes, which brings players here throughout the year at all levels, minor through major. So they intend to use it a lot more, and we get that benefit as well, hotels, restaurants, things like that. So, but the great thing is they're not asking us to put any money toward it. It's simply using the Public Improvement Corporation bond financing mechanism that we have as a city that they would totally pay for.
Thank you. Who's next? Were you finished?
Just one other question. Do other cities do things this way?
So what usually happens is when you get around year 17 in a 20-year use agreement, cities are asked to construct those renovations to keep the teams to then extend them another 20 years. So you'll see, we saw that in Surprise, you saw in Peoria. So typically it's on the backs of the cities to go ahead and do the renovations to keep the team there for a longer period of time.
So by doing this now, we're helping them just do their improvements or renovations early and then extend them for 5 years, which will help them in the long run.
Well, we do have on the table
to...
still that they would exercise their first of the 5-year options, but that's still being discussed.
And we'll still be responsible for upgrades at the stadium itself, because this is not for the stadium, it's for their development complex.
Correct. So this is only for the Indians Development Complex. It has nothing to do with the Cincinnati Reds, which just finished their 8th year training here, and they have 12 more years on their use agreement, and nothing to do with the ballpark.
Okay, thank you.
All right. But is this on? Is this
Yeah,
on?
it's on
Okay.
this.
All right. Go ahead.
I meant to ask this question. There's no, just because I don't know any better, on the PIC bonds, we don't have a capacity issue there, right? I mean, this doesn't put us at risk or harmful to us in any way, really, because it's a pass-through, even though we're carrying it. Just like, wouldn't this be considered like with the mall area too? Wasn't that somewhat, we're carrying it, but they're paying us for the debt service? Am I seeing that similar?
I'll take the improvement district for 200, Bob. No, sorry, I couldn't. It's late. And let Doug cover the PIC part of it. On the improvement, it's an improvement district by the mall. So that is a contingent liability to the city. What that means is if the developer Macerich does not pay those $3.5 million a year in bond to pay for the bonds, we would be on the hook for that. If we ever became on the hook for that, there are a lot of steps in state statute that protect us as well. So I won't get into all those details tonight, but that is a contingent liability. If they were not to make those payments, we would have to. On the PIC, Doug, if you want to address that.
Sure. It will count again on our capacity, but it does not put us in any jeopardy of getting anywhere near the top or having any issues. I would have to look to see what the actual numbers are.
Oh, okay, Bill, you're on.
Okay, so I agree 100% with Joanne's comments about the pickleball courts. Nathan, thanks to your comments tonight, I'm actually more in favor of installing a new softball field up in Estrella than I am in converting one. I think I think the need is there, and you know, the funny thing is we say we've heard from a resident, and you know, when we hear from 10 residents, we really have a tsunami of complaints when we hear from 10. And I mean, we all agree, but yeah, but the concept of adding softball fields that are multi-use can never hurt us, especially up in Estrella in that area with the growth that we're expecting. So monument signs, quite frankly, I look at those as those are public art pieces, the ones with the Goodyear on them, and that to me that's a piece of public art, whether you like it or not. So
I think so.
I don't disagree that adding them, anything we can do to identify that you have entered the city of Goodyear besides the high quality that we present, I think is another key piece. Obviously, the relocation of the clinic is going to come forward. The in focus, I'm the one that brought it up. It's got to be 12 months. I'm convinced of that. I've made a lot of points tonight about what are we spending our money on, how are we spending it, et cetera. We have set aside $3.7 million of unattached money for what we think might be future needs, blah, blah, blah. That in and of itself we have to find a way to frame that, because if you just take it on its face value, it does not, it sounds like we got $3.7 million of extra money. And while that may be the case, these projects here are pretty small dollars in comparison to that. And I think, quite honestly, the in-focus thing at $67,000, we've got $87 or $94 million budget. We can't find 67 grand. Let's not fund the high school program. Let's not fund a couple of these small things. Let's make the in-focus happen if that's what it comes down to. But at the end of the day, I think we've done a much better job this year of listening to the residents and providing them with, in my opinion, that's all that this is. But we've done a much better job of listening to them and providing them with the services and the things that they've been asking for. And we've been very sensitive to what their needs are. I also, very honestly, I would consider even using part of that 3.7 to advance that Saraville project the 1 year and use the impact fees to pay back the 3.7 or whatever that figure ends up being. that Saraville project, that whole corridor between from Van Buren and Estrella Parkway west, I-10 on Saraville south, all the way to Yuma, that whole area there has been, we've been, I don't want to say neglecting, but it hasn't been the priority. And every year it's been kicked back because the impact fees haven't been there, et cetera. And I remember standing in front of the HOA, collective HOA of Canyon Trails, telling them it is in next year's budget. And lo and behold, the next year's budget rolled around and it had been pushed 1 year and then it had been pushed again. And I realized that a couple of those projects are multi-year. It takes a year to design and then a year to execute, blah, blah, blah. And I get that. And we're doing it in multiple stages. That all makes perfect logical sense. But in this particular case, if we're doing it because we don't have impact fees and we've got it, and we have an internal mechanism of 3.7, we need to take advantage of that and perhaps consider moving that forward and using the impact fees to advance that quote unquote capital stuff for future years when it comes available in a year or two.
Hallelujah.
Has everybody spoken because it's been so long tonight? All right, so it's my turn, huh?
Doug.
Oh, yeah, answer, please.
We just discussed a little bit on the previous question on the bonding capacity. On the 20 and 6% question of the bonding capacity, because this is not property tax based, it would not count against it at all. So just clarifying that.
That was a good response. Thank you. That kind of put a star on the tree, I think.
So, Doug, what's our bond rating?
Okay, so you're, I really, first of all, I do agree, Joanne, with a lot of what you said tonight. I think art is important. I was sitting here thinking if the art committee had stayed in during this presentation and in a few words, we wiped them out. And I do not like that, I have to tell you. We've done this over and over with art groups since I've been on the council in 2005. They're the first one that gets slashed, the first one that gets delayed, and the first one that doesn't progress. We finally have progressed somewhat. There may be some adjustments we'll have to do, but not to the extreme that I heard tonight. Because I do believe in tourism, and I do believe that adds attraction to your city. As far as Saraville and Yuma, I have to agree. I just, we just keep getting the letters, and it's just uncomfortable. So I would like to see that. I'm trying to think of, I'm tired and it's late, but I think if there's anything else that we were discussing that
We're on a roll. Keep going.
Oh, no. Well, no. I have one thing added on that. It's not just pickleball. It's not just softball, but it's soccer.
Oh, soccer.
And we didn't mention that tonight, but we have had requests since I've been on the council for additional soccer fields. And of late, we've had quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Football, they all.
I want to, first of all, compliment staff. Thank you for all your responses and being so responsible tonight and having the answers. And for council, thank you for the questions and the discussion we had tonight. It was robust sometimes. I appreciate you tolerating your remarks from your mayor. I won't apologize for him. I met him. But you did great. You really did. And so again, City Manager, thank you. Thank you, staff, for sitting around for this. And I look forward for the next presentation, right? Get this going on. All right. Now, the next meeting, before we do this, I know I'm going to go right to you right now. I got back to my script. Okay. So council members, do you have any reports, anything you want to say tonight? Bill?
Real quick, I will not be back until May 14th.
Oh, that's right.
May 14th?
May 14th.
May 14th. And you're not calling in, is that right?
That's the plan, unless there's a
decision
unless there's an
making.
item
Okay.
that is of significant.
But you're going to
I'm
keep.
going to be with the Army for the next 3 weeks.
Oh,
so.
I'm sorry.
But it's too bad it's not the Air Force, but
Militia.
that's okay. Okay, so does anybody have any requests to the city manager? Okay, then we're going to cut that one off. So, Brian, what do you have to us?
And definitely not to drag this along, but it's important that we walk away with direction, is because we will be continuing to build a budget. And just talking with our budget manager. Here's where we think we have direction, and we don't vote on it, but and I can get through it very quickly. Pickleball court, $168,000. That's actually a 6-court complex up at the Goodyear Community Park. We feel like there's a consensus for that going forward.
Just one moment. Yes, I say that, so we'll go with that.
And softball field, what we're looking at, you had a choice of converting one at 107 or installing new at 243. It would be staff's recommendation to install new, and that'd be up in Estrella.
Okay.
I'm here in north, I'm here in south.
Yeah,
good.
got
I'm
both.
good.
Yes, it'd be at the
Central
same
good,
park
Grand
area.
Park.
Yeah.
Estrella Foothills.
Beside the high school?
Yeah, is that the one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Estrella Foothills. And then keep in mind for the public that may, the few that may be listening, we will be having significant park improvements going in central Goodyear as well on the 80 some acres that we talked about earlier. I did not get clear consensus on this, but the monument signs, I heard it, but I didn't hear enough of it.
Yeah.
Where are the two, though?
Do we need
Where
more?
are the two?
We were looking at 2 for
More.
$75,000
$75,000?
for both. Yes.
Those brown things?
No, these are the tall, pretty looking ones.
Pretty, the
yellow
new
and
ones,
gold
they're all-
and
they cost.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Where?
I don't know if we have locations for them yet. We'll come back with the locations.
Well, we must have a location. We wouldn't order them.
We
so would you
we
get
do
back?
have
Let's clear that one
like
up, right?
4 different areas where I think we can put them. We'll bring those back for council decision. The clinic relocation, that's one where we believe that we need to do that just because of the parking issues when the new assisted living facility opens up there at in front of Pebble Creek Community. I don't know if there's consensus on that. There was
Okay,
some
what was this
discussion.
again? What else?
That's relocating the employee health clinic.
Oh.
Can that go into the 900,000 for the? Could that be absorbed?
It would be putting it into another city facility, yes.
Oh.
So we're looking at, we have a very good option we're looking at right now. We just need to finalize it.
Yeah, Brian, we don't even know how that Renaissance Towers is going to be sited because they've changed the plans twice now on us.
Yeah, but
So
what
there
do you-
may not even be room for us to.
Most of our parking goes away. It would severely limit the parking
I
for
agree.
the clinic.
Yeah.
So that's an issue. Plus, you'd have to go take a U-turn past the guard tower and come back to even get into that limited parking area.
We need to move
So,
it.
in focus, a consensus for 12 issues, or 12 year round.
There's just one
Yes,
thing.
12 year round, so 5 additional
I'm going to
issues.
stop you there. I didn't express myself on this one. Now, we're saying that, but we don't know what the cost is for 12 months. And is there
It's
any,
about $68,000 for
68,000.
5 additional issues.
and any staff change, any addition?
That would be, we'd be hiring temporary staff to help with the production
Within
of
that
that.
cost. within
Right,
that
that's
cost.
inclusive in the
Okay,
cost.
Thank you. Thank you.
The cost
You're
isn't
kidding.
67. It's 67 additional to extend it from 7 to 12 months.
That's correct. That'd be additive to the existing 7
Okay.
issues that we do today.
Okay, fine.
So, all right, I'll have a conversation with you afterwards.
Community paramedicine, so we're looking at figures to put into the budget. We think that will be grant funding from what we've heard from the medical community, but we have to have an appropriation for it along with the revenue coming back in. And there was also a lot of discuss on Cerevel. We will look at that potential as far as what capability, and that'll come back. We'll just look at it and see what would be entailed there. And also police department looking at if there are additional funds needed to work with the fire department on behavioral health for the consultant coming from, I think it was Austin, Texas. And so those are the ones that we had other items for consideration, plus a few of what council came up with. Oh, sorry, I had that on my list. Economic development for $2 million for a 2-year program as well.
Great. Dylan?
I was looking at the appropriation side, but we do have follow-ups as far as information that we will get to council on project management, on what we're looking at for the fire station renovation. So what I just summarized is strictly for the appropriation side, but we do have a lot of information that we will give as feedback as well.
All right, thank you. The next work session is on the 24th at 5, the regular meeting on the 24th at 6. With that, this meeting is adjourned.